Hello there, it's April. When April showers, they come your way. They bring the flowers that bloom in May. So when it's raining, oh, don't you fret, because it isn't raining rain. You know it's raining violets. We're still working on this thing, on volume 1. We've made pretty good progress during the week, and we've only got one more track to revamp into vector graphics. Then probably we'll work on the master scene, I guess, for how we want to swap through them. And then after that, I don't... yeah, probably like a UX pass on everything, and then an audio pass and everything. Still pretty divided on what to do about the controls, the control scheme. Gotta say. Okay, let's go over here. Let's shop for some wallpaper. Like, wallpaper shopping is just not gone super well lately for mysterious reasons. What if I just type wallpaper as the filter? Springy. I wonder if the cherry blossoms are blooming in Portland yet. I don't think they are. It's been still chilly, but I should... So lots of things are blooming in my neighborhood. Maybe I should go to the waterfront. Are cherry blossoms blooming in Portland? Cherry blossoms are blooming. But when is this from? Wow, just a few days ago. I was there just a week or two ago, and they were not in bloom. By this weekend, their blossoms should be peak. So that was last weekend. Is that bad? Did I miss it? Okay, gotta go see the cherry blossoms, right? Well, okay. This person knows everything about cherry blossoms. Everything. "2020 Cherry Blossom Tracker." The Portland Cherry Blossom Tracker. Peak cherry blossoms. Okay. Well, clearly this person's an expert. Okay. We're gonna go with this wallpaper, and we're gonna open Unity. And we're gonna open volume 1. Volume 1's already open, apparently. Okay, so this is our last scene to revamp, but first we gotta fix it. So I think there's like 2 obvious problems, and I think I know at least partially what the issue is. It's maybe somehow we're calculating the range that these things can fall in. So those seem correct. Those seem spaced correctly. I don't know why there's a mysterious 8th line. I think originally I had 9 weights. So these seem wrong. I don't exactly know how I calculated these. So I have a vertical group So spacing 100 is just wrong. I mean, we could guess, but I'm sure there's some math here. $190 at a glance looks right-ish, but we would need to do some investigating. But the thing that actually seems broken is the... So it's either the columns, and the weights go in the columns. So the columns are full height. And these seem proper. Individual column, 96 width, and then these, the weights themselves. I don't know why I can't zoom on that, but that's this little dude here. I don't know why the columns are 96 and not 128. That doesn't really make sense to me. Why doesn't actually matter? It does. Who knows? I assume I calculated that for some reason. So the columns look like they're full height. So you would think that the weight would be smart enough to say, hey, I know how to operate within that height. So columns know about weights and weights know about columns. That's that. Yeah, it's not great. So there's something about dragging the column. Like if you drag the column, the direction toggles. I don't know. I don't know why that would be. Is that really loud? Turn it down just a touch. The mixer doesn't work unless the audio sources go through the mixer, right? Is that the truth? We have a mixer, but maybe let's do this for now, and then hopefully don't forget that we've done this. So the thing that appears to be the issue is just the range in which they're operating. And I had to guess it's probably, we'll look at it and it's, I have hard-coded something that should not be hard-coded. Inside weight, probably. Yeah, what? Yeah, I don't know. The way I organize things, I guess that's good. I mean, I feel like I'm better, but the way these things are organized, not terrific. So why is all this logic inside the individual weight? You could kind of make the case for that, I guess, that the weight itself should know how to do all things. Feels a little weird, but we'll look at all the code later. So this looks like my... This looks like this needs to actually be like row height. I don't know. We'll... I don't know how I want that. I do not have like a super clear idea. Like sometimes I like constants to look like that, but I don't know. Okay, negative row height. So what did we say the row height was? 190? This is a number that we should be able to get from somewhere. That number should not be a guess. Doesn't look right. Looks not right. So what would it... Okay, let's think about it. What would it actually be? So if the header is 160, the footer is 160. So we would have 2048 minus 160 times 2. So the total height there is 1728. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know if that is 9 rows, but or 8 rows, but let's just try it. Would be 192, which seems not right. But that does, this spacing at 192 would actually make a bit more sense. That was this. This was 192. That would maybe make a little more sense. Could also be that I'm supposed to divide by 8 because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like if I'm counting those as the rows, don't know. In which case it'd be 216. Also seems wrong. So I think we're just gonna have to like figure out how it actually works. So the container of the columns, we can probably query that rect transform for its height. I mean, we can certainly figure out, yeah, 1728. So we know that. The height of a column. I don't know why the width is what it is. What it is. Okay, so what are we actually trying to figure out here? What are these? I don't remember how I did this. I think it's like the step is happening and we want to be able to hit a certain row on a given step. This feels like too much work for a property. Yeah, I don't usually do stuff like this anymore. It's a lot of work for a property. So we get a row, whatever the next row is. The thing I'm just very confused about is I mean, I kind of don't want to really figure this out right now. So we could, you know, do something real fun like this. And just eyeball it to begin with, Because this is, you know, we're supposed to be just swapping graphics right now, not So those were headed to the road they wanted to go to. Does that mean that's too high or too low, or... Fortunately, this is not easily tweakable. And you can see that went further than it should have. So let's just get one going fast. I wonder what causes it to reset. It feels like it's resetting before it should, unless the height. Like, I think the underlying... So this seems a little weird. I thought, okay, I should say, I think it worked before. Maybe we should go look at the video and see. Check the tape. Check the tape. That would have been here. Outgoing documentation. The last one. Fall. Okay. So. Okay, they're supposed to live on the lines. Which makes more sense. So they should never not be on a line. It looks like the highlighting's wrong, though. Like the video actually was buggy. Okay, so we learned two things from that. One is, by design, we're supposed to always be on a string, which makes sense, I think. Separate. It looks like we're like one step off. So I think we do. So question is, do we like ignore that for now and just do the graphics work and then fix it? Or do we fix it? Since that was a bug from before, I'm kind of tempted to say, let's just do the graphics work first. It's not a new bug. You know? Feels like all these are gonna be the wrong size as well. Like they're all really supposed to be twice the size. Those seem right, potentially, but the weights... Well, they say 256. I hear they say 128. That would make a little more sense. So given this, you actually would expect that spacing number to be different. And it kind of needs to be based on the radius of the... So this spacing actually should be more like somewhere in there. If I had to guess, I'd say 206. We'll actually figure this out at some point, but that would be my guess, so that these actually are always on a string. Looks like they fall off over time though. Well, but then, so that's two things though, because then we have to have that's too much. Oops, what did I put in there? Still seems like too much. You'd almost think it would be 128. But even that looks like too much. Is it half of the height? Why am I so wrong here? I mean, yes, I should just look at the code and learn how it works instead of guessing, but I thought maybe I could guess. Like, right, if this... What was this before? I don't even remember. You know what, though? That's just for calculating the... So actually, wait. I think it's something else. Like set... Random row. This row equals... This is very silly. We do have a set row. So we have the set row, but then we have a property that does all this stuff. Like, why does the time... This is not great. Is there another one? Is there another 104 in here? The 104 is what it was. Which obviously doesn't seem right. But I actually don't know on that first click. It's a little hard to tell with multiples going, I will say. everything's just off. So I think we're gonna need to rewrite some stuff there. Unfortunately. And maybe have a way to like if you click a row, it will set it there. Maybe click a string, just so we can try to figure something. Okay, so this one seems like it's gonna need. It was buggy, so we're gonna need to figure it out, and it doesn't look like it was super well written. This is a shame. It's a shame. I kind of want a new mouse, but I don't. I want a simple mouse. I don't want an insane looking mouse that looks like a spaceship. I want like a regular old mouse. Okay, I get a very unfancy Microsoft mouse. Okay, let's open what? That's where we want to output. Oh. This one's called what? Fall. It's called fall weights. Icons are in here as well. So we have a bunch of 256s of the different weights. And then 4 128s. That seem about right. So 4 128s and 5 256s. I don't know why I decided to do 5 tempos. I guess that's off, and then like whole notes. Well, I don't know actually. That seem weird. I got whole notes, half notes, quarter notes, 8 notes. I don't know. Let's make this fall.ai and let's just start doing stuff, I guess. So we want 4 128 by 128. And then 5 256 256. And we don't actually want that one anymore. Over here for a minute. Oh. How much space is this, actually? Really true? Okay. Okay. So we have clear, cycle. I don't know really what these mean. And then random row and random weight. Clear, cycle, random row, random weight. So this is clear. Come back. It's different size for some fun reason, but whatever. So clear. Let's do. So a line is a row. Random row. Random weight. Cycle. No. Cycle. And then all our weights. At least the assets are way easier on this one compared to the last one, even though it's broken. Okay. So that is fall icon clear. That's really the whole button. Let's call it fall clear. We may revisit that. Fall random row. Fall random weight. Call this fall cycle weight maybe. And then fall weight. A. It's easier to do if I do it here. I like rename quickly. What was artboard's? Okay. That seems not like the worst possible thing. And now we want to export for screens. And that's not the right place, of course. Because it would be crazy to think that Illustrator could have separate paths for where you want to open files and where you want to output them. That's obviously insane. Why would you ever think that? It's outrageous. In the SVG folder, select that folder, export reports. Those were PNGs. Forgot to click the thing. I'll export for screens. SVG. Yeah, the SVG is that much slower than the PNG export. Okie dokie. So now in here, we shall not do that. We shall not do that. We just make this window a little bigger. Okay. And we want to have this be 128. We want to preserve the viewport. We want to be 4K. We want to apply. Okay, now the header. So I seems like I had an extra button. I must have decided I didn't want it, I guess. Do I want to add it back? No, we'll just trust that I made that decision. I can't delete it, whatever. Okay. So you need to be that color. So many. We will remove you. We will remove component. We will add an SVG component. We will say you are, wait. Did I accidentally delete it after I did it? I guess not. Here, that swatch. Whatever I call this, cycle, weight, sprite. Material is not you, it's you. And that's it, right? Those are just buttons. I don't need any fancy. They don't cycle or anything. And this canvas is set to screen space camera, and it has the camera. Why are we aliased again? Didn't we solve this last time? The camera says use graphic settings. The canvas is a screen space camera. Has the camera. I thought we solved this problem last time. Is it something, is like AA only in the game view, not the scene view, and we're wasting our time? Okay, those look AA. These do not. No AA in the scene view? Is that true? I don't know. These look right, I think. That doesn't seem right. I thought we had AA always on our other friends. Also, why is that line two colors here? I don't know. Anyways, now what? So all the lines don't matter. They're all fine. I mean, they're probably, yeah, they're doing their thing. So it's really just the weights and the buttons. So weights get sprites. And so this needs to be that not true? Oh boy, this file. You are all this color, my friends. And go away. So this is weight A. Oops. Weight A sprite. So this color. It's this material. And then all of these need to get swapped out with all of these. Okay. And now it's just the buttons. Just the buttons. Which are just that half button color, random rows, random weights. Okay. Remove you, add an SVG image, add this, do this, use this, and random row sprite, clear sprite, weights sprite, and then delete this whole dude. That was the wrong one. It's not random. No, random weight, not cycle weight. Okay, and then let's go in here, and we've got this. We've got all this stuff where we like seemingly had an additional dude and ditched it. So let's just ditch the additional dude everywhere while we're at it. Because why not? Apply those. So it's still going to be wrong, but yeah, it's like we're one off on. I don't know. Okay, I need a quick bathroom break, and then we'll figure this out. Okay, what are we doing? Okay, so two problems really. Under the hood, I think it's working. I mean, in terms of like when the proper weight is set. So when I click this and turn it on, it should play this string first, but I think it's not gonna. I think it will play it first, but I think the ring will not be on it first. Yeah, it thought it was behind. It played this string. So just don't click it. Interesting idea. So I have two things I need to solve. One is like knowing, how are you, Lepagers? Did you take your test? Did you pass your test? Or did you fail your test because you couldn't copy from Stack Overflow? Like this is row 0 and that's good, right? Is that true? Is that actually at some position that would make sense to be row 0? It's just at the top. Meaning that the last row should be the height. So that's probably actually where the row height needs to come from. Because then this would get negative, yeah. You know, times. Well, it's funny because it's actually, it's like 1/2 plus. That doesn't really make a ton of sense, does it? Because that's at the very top. So for example, we just thought about all the positions this could be when there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 strings, which I think makes sense. Other than then there's always a delay, which is a little weird. I don't know quite what my vision was for that. But if position Y was 256, negative 256, you think it would stack right under the previous one, which would be correct. Well, it wouldn't be correct. That's why. So the height. Oh boy. Oh, I see. When is the exam? Okay, so this is a bit annoying actually, and because the way this is set up, we kind of have to care. It's the anchors here. We have to care about the height. So we could avoid that by doing this. Oh boy. Okay. No. 0.5. 0. Okay. So now that accurately, I don't like the little center target guy seems off. Like that little anchor point dude seems like it's being drawn in the wrong place. We've noticed that before. Anyway, so now that is based on the center point, right? That we care about. So maybe that makes life a little easier in terms of when we know a row, we know where to be relative to an offset from that row. Now, that kind of makes it seem like we also want 0 in this case to be like we want your anchor point. Why didn't the anchor point change? Is it because there's a horizontal layout group? Why would the horizontal layout group? don't control the height. Let me control the height. Okay. But am I just wrong about this? Also, just don't do that. Leave me alone. Like, why is the Y position? That's a little weird. Anyway, that aside, I don't understand why we can't mess with our pivot. Or is just the pivot constantly being compensated? Okay. So we'd really want to do this, upper center. And then now our anchors. Like I'm pretty confused by this actually. Why is my anchor being forced to the center? Does using a layout group affect where your anchors go? What if I don't want them to? Okay. Maybe I'm just not understanding something. I thought this was a visualization of the anchor. This little dude in the middle. Am I totally wrong about this? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I think I want the pivot to be this, but then that doesn't really make sense for you. Your anchors and pivot, that's all fine. This doesn't look... Something doesn't feel right. The classic? What's the classic? Where I just don't know what's going on for some reason? Oh, this jam? This sick jam? Why? Why is none of this stuff being visualized? Like if I'm in 2D mode, because I didn't have gizmos on. Okay. So this doesn't really matter. Like 0, 0, 1, 1 shouldn't actually matter. Oh, is that relative to the parent? So that's where the pivot is. Okay, that's that whole doodad, right? And now if I do this, it's not what I want though. I want this. And this. So I'm still definitely confused. Unless a Y position. Y position 0. Okay, that's what we wanted for that. Sort of. I still feel like the... Why is my pivot not? Okay, that's... Now we... Okay. It's backwards from what we want, but whatever. That's fine. So now... I don't know why that was so hard. So we basically want to snap at the bottom. I thought that was supposed to happen on the container, but whatever. So if you're on, does that break this? Or do we have it figured out now? Okay, we have it figured out now. It's actually the weight. Got it. So the next thing to decide is, should these columns have padding That is pretty annoying, really. To like decide where we're supposed to be is kind of annoying. But let's just try this approach. I'm just trying to simplify it so like we just have like the row, our conceptual row, which whatever string we're on, can just easily be mapped to coordinates where these strings are. Unfortunately, it's not gonna. I mean, we could come up with a way to do it. I just had to think for a minute about what it would really mean. So really, if we wanted it, one way to think about it would be something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And that would mean these guys would be shorter. I don't know if I want to do that. Okay, anyway, so we can take all these weights, do the snap to the bottom thing that we just did. But actually do this. Actually, maybe that's all we want. So is that all we want? Because then we know we're going to line up here. And if we just know what this distance is, that's our row height. And then all we ever have to do is set the row height, you know, relative to whatever. I would prefer that came from the top. Which I guess it can. If we just do this, it's just then that has to be negative. So maybe that's not too far from what we had before, I guess, actually. But then we don't have to worry about spacing. So then it would be whatever this distance is, which I would have thought is whatever this distance is, 206. So you would think that 206 would actually be negative 206. Should be centered, but it doesn't look like it is. And it must be because of the cumulative width of the rows over time. So how thick are the strings? Are 4, so it's actually 210. So negative 210 should be centered. Just like negative 420 and 630. Okay. So 210 is our row height. Caio, still working on the song, still working on the album. So 210. So this is the last track on the album. I fixed the graphics, but I realized there was a bug in this track. So I'm trying to unbug it. So I may have just fixed one bug, but there's definitely still another bug. Well, that doesn't look right, does it? Everything's wrong. So maybe I'm adding an offset in there that I don't want to, actually. So row height, you would think it is just this, that it is next row times row height. And actually, maybe we do it this way so it's a little more clear. So it's whatever the row we want to be on times the row height. This one's a little weirder. I don't actually know what's going on with this one. I mean, really what we should be doing is like setting the row, like set the direction and set the row. But in principle, this seems not totally wrong. So But you know, like who? Oh, this is still set to 216. Okay, it's now perfect. I didn't want to do that. I want to randomize the rows. Okay. So rows now, that row handling now appears to be correct, which is good news. I would prefer that number came, you know, that number was calculated, but whatever. It actually makes it seem like my math would be off, though. But it looks correct. Okay, so we seem to be able to set rows properly now, which is good. We have no way to manually set a row, which maybe I would like to add. I don't know. And then, like, our carriage return logic, I don't really understand it. So it's like always... Why is it playing on the upstroke? I thought this was always supposed to play on the downstroke. Oh, we can swipe and it will change it? Okay. It just always seems to be one off when it triggers. So, how do we... So it actually seems... So this is what's tricky. Like, it seems the... So randomize our rows until we get one at the top. I don't know if we're randomizing directions when we do. There's just some relationship is just wrong between the where the row is supposed to be, like relative to where we want to play. So let's not randomize the direction at start because somebody's doing that. Maybe we want to keep that, but at the moment, like, it seems like somebody's calling randomized rows on startup. I don't know who. Maybe it's in the wait. There's something in the start. Random row. Okay, so don't do this. What is the argument? Oh, should we randomize the direction? So we don't do that at first. Okay, if we're just here and we say go, this is going to trigger, right? Did you see it skip? Like, it played the first one right, and then it's totally skipped one. Did the speed change? It did. So when a beat happens, we should increase the row, which that seems reasonable to me. So it seems like it's an issue in this mess. So we set the row, and then we say next position. Like somehow it's like deciding this code is not good, but I want to fix it rather than tear it all apart because I feel like we should be able to fix it easily. So if step value step index equals 0, then the next time otherwise that doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't think I know what that means. I guess it's just to say, like, if there's no 0 means paused, I think. So I guess it means, hey, if it's paused, it's just the next beat is the next beat. So I don't know why we need that, but okay. So it's just like our last position and next position gets wrong somewhere. Because in this case, but otherwise, doesn't make a ton of sense. So, like, you're right. So, this is just wrapping. Direction starts as -1, I assume. No, direction starts as 1. But we're just going in a negative direction. What's funny here is, like, this changes the next position, but not the next row. That just seems kind of wrong. shouldn't this also change the next row? Okay, anyway, so this is kind of a mess, and I'm not crazy about it. We need to know the next position. Do we really care about the next row? Or is that just a way that we get the next position? Okay, we don't really care about the next row. What do you want? Okay, so like the next position and the next time is really what we're trying to calculate here. And it seems like the next position is wrong once, but then it's okay. Which is pretty confusing. But once it's after that, it's just, maybe it's always wrong. No, wait a minute. Okay, just to be clear, do we skip a beat? No. Like it almost, I don't understand this, but it almost seems like it would be this. Which, you know, you would think this would be just the row. But then how do you even factor in the direction? This seems wrong. So why is that true? Weird, it kind of hung up when I did that. So when does row get actually incremented? So when a beat happens, with you females, nothing important. Zero important things. You're just bothering me. Okay. So what does trigger do? It plays the clip and does the little pulse. Do strings also? Who's triggering the strings? The string manager. Who knows about that? the way it does. Okay, so it's just triggering both those things, which is pretty silly. Doesn't feel good. But we trigger the things, and then we immediately increase the row. So when we set this, we really are, when we set this, we're talking about the next row already. And it already has a direction factored in. So that's the issue here. We don't even need a concept of a next row. Because row is already wrapping up here. So we don't, the concept of a next row is wrong because we're always animating towards the place we want to play. Seems like there's an issue with our toggle direction. Which would kind of make sense. Because we're inverting the direction, but setting the, it just feels like there's an error waiting to happen in there. You could almost just say, if you're going to toggle the direction, just leave it alone. And then just on the next beat, it will toggle. Rather than saying, I'm going to try to change midstream. It won't be as responsive, but it'll be less broken. What? Do what now? Which, that's fine, but when it's going this slow, it's pretty silly. And there's no visual indicator of the direction, which is not ideal. You could do it and stop it mid-track and say, row, change what the calculation of the row is. And then based on that, update what the new direction is, but let's ignore that for now. Okay, so we're... That was weird. I guess it's because I randomized and it was just going really slow. The reset to the top is a weird one. Actually. But it's not like it's really resetting, it's just the interpolation changes, that's all. So I guess that's not too weird. Okay, so that means all our stuff works. I don't like the code. Let's just take a look at that whole thing and see how bad it is, because it seems kind of bad. It's just so not centralized. And you have stuff reaching into other stuff, like this reaching across to the strings with some string manager, like, Were I writing this now, this probably would all be almost one class. Singleton Ben would approve. I think I need to close my email client. I'm getting lots of yeah, none of this is relevant. Thanks for nothing. Okay, so code-wise, grid seems to be a high-level thing, and all it does is it knows about all the weights, so this thing could drive all the weights, like, and maybe some of the methods are still in the weights, but I think the logic of like, yeah, I don't know, it's a little tough. The way it is now does not feel great. This dragging here feels weird. Like what I would probably say is I would have like event responsiveness like this, maybe handled in classes. And then they could bubble that up to the parent. Like this thing's job is silly. This is actually kind of embarrassing. So this is just a singleton that knows about all the strings. And its whole job is to play a string when the weight tells it to. Even though there's already this thing that knows all about the weights that could just also know, yeah, that's singleton abuse. But I'm not gonna worry about those things right this minute. So something we did actually have one at one point that would try to figure out the closest. This math is horrible, but that would like set a row. This toggle direction feels pretty, this like swipe to toggle direction doesn't feel very good. Yeah, if anything, I would make it where you could drag the, probably get, in fact, let's just not have this thing. Because if we want to drag, I don't think swiping on the column makes sense. I think you would drag the weight. You'd grab it and drag the weight. I feel like that's what you'd want to do anyway. So like the whole notion of the column drag seems unnecessary. And I guess while we're at it, let's ditch the string manager because it's so silly. Like, why? The grid already knows about the weights, so let it just know about the strings also. I think I just, in Unity in particular, I wasn't very good at like routing logic at this time. At least not in this context. So we just want this. That's all. So we know about this. And then String Manager's whole purpose in life was just to know about that list. So I think you can go away. Not you. An invalid script. And not get rid of all my columns. What script is invalid? Grid has the same name. Whatever. Okay, go away, String Manager. Right? So you could just statically trigger those. I mean, sure. But eh. Okay, anyway, so what we would need to do is we need a way to have a weight tell us what's up. And so maybe the way I would do that now is because it doesn't play the sound or anything. It's literally just, we just want to say, hey, like wait dot on how do I want to do this? You know, I could do something like this, row, and then just something like that. What was our pattern for these? Yeah, we just have actions. So in our weights, like again, I don't love this because really I want to like probably sort of loft this up out of here, but for the moment we could have like what's wrong with you? Not do that correctly? Yeah, so in these, whenever we trigger these, instead of doing the string thing we were doing, this silliness, we would do, and just give it the row. Those properties are a mess. Like, I really would like to clean up those properties. But whatever. And we wouldn't even need to do this, like passing events around, if this guy was just if that guy's job was to manage all those and just control them all from one place. But whatever. What? Oh, did I make it static? I wish Unity did a better job of telling you when you had that problem. Like who has a missing script? You would have thought it was column. Probably. That's like slightly less offensive. I still don't know what script we are fussing about here, though. All we deleted was the columns, right? Like, so who's angry? Yeah, like all this stuff. There's so much duplication. I mean, I guess the tracks aren't duplicated, right? So that's not bad, but the sprites are. And even if that grid class was a singleton, like that would bother me a little less, just so everybody's talking to one place. But that thing I just had with the multi singleton thing, very silly. Or I guess that like just random separate singleton. So what is your problem? Prefab file contains an invalid script. Okay, so inside the prefab is broken. That's dumb. Well, yeah, because I'm trying to apply a prefab change that fixes this. So kind of silly that I can't make the, like, apply the thing that will fix you. I guess it makes sense if there's errors. Okay, that's a bit less offensive. So things that are offensive now. One, grid doesn't belong to this. Let's call this Fall Manager. And then, because we're probably going to move towards that. Where all of them have some kind of manager. String manager is gone. So now, this is a bit less horrible. Fall manager is really just not doing much now. It's receiving those main UI events and then getting these why did I call that action? I don't know why I did that. And not event. Why would I do that? Why would I do that? Like, what's the proper terminology there? There's some standard. No, that's the delegate, right? And then the event is based on the. So why would I not? Who knows? You're a delegate. And while we're at it, you're also a delegate. I'm sure that made some sense to me at some point. This file's deleted. Okay, so now the weight. So the string class is nothing. It's fine. It just does the little pulse. We've seen this is silly because we have this all over the place, but you know, could be worse. We just have so many things that do this very thing, right? All over the place. It's just, hey, we want to pulse the thing. So that seems like a strong candidate for just having some shared thing that's like, hey, we can pulse you. The manager does very little now. It responds to this just to trigger the strings and then handles the buttons. So most of the logic is inside here, which I don't like. And not only do I not like that all the logic's in here, I especially don't like that so much logic is crammed inside properties. And you know, I'm not like, I don't want to be too hard on myself because I'm sure every time I do a project, I just experiment a little bit and try things in new ways. So I probably was just thinking like, oh, what if I just tried, you know, putting a little more burden on some properties. And like this much burden on a property, like set it and then do a thing, feels fine to me. Having just, like, that one's not as bad. This is the one. Well, we deleted some of it and it was worse. But like having a bunch of logic inside of a property set, I don't like it. I think either maybe you just have a method that calls, or you have like a getter setter functions and just say, you have a set property that does that thing. You have set row, and set row does that thing, and you have set step index, and it's just feel like a little easier to navigate than this, because otherwise it's way too easy to just see somewhere me doing like, oh, row equals thing, great, that's fine. I mean, I guess whatever, it's a capital letter, so I know it's a property, so I know that maybe it's doing something, but I don't know. I don't know, there's a totally right answer on that. It's getting a little dim in here. But that's not a pattern. That's not a pattern I would do now, probably. This can go away because that was kind of gross. See, the thing is, we could just have the on beat, like upstairs here, and then we would just do the stuff as was needed. And we'd still have methods probably. Like, it makes sense for weight to be a class, and potentially for it to handle its own animation, although you could even argue that we have a reference to all of them, we should just animate them all up there. But this, not so into it. So, okay. So it seems like we're functional. It's just super not, I mean, I don't know why. Why did I make it where you need to tap these to change the weights instead of tapping them? Like, that seems way more intuitive. Like, oh, I want to tap this thing, and then it's going to get bigger. It's going to get heavy or not heavy. And then I could drag it or release it to set the direction. So sometimes we toggle the directions, sometimes we don't. Not great. So, but let's call that one okay for now, because we've got a bit more work to do on our kind of high-level GUI pass, I think. At least on getting the main page to work. Sprites. Didn't we delete two classes? Didn't we delete column and string manager? Did I accidentally commit that? Oh, I did. I didn't mean to do that at all. I pushed all the deleted scripts as well. They snuck inside the sprites. Oh well. Okay. Well, that's annoying because then that maybe missed the rename, but not that important. So we have the master mixer. Did I do that on purpose? Like, where's the actual audio sources? So I don't think I actually paid attention to this at all when I was working on this. These all go to the master mixer. It would be kind of cool. I don't know. I was about to say, like, oh, it could be interesting to not even necessarily spatialize these, just pan them, and that might be true for everything. To which would be interesting in terms of a how would we want to do that? So if we just the really cheap way would probably be to switch these all to 3D spatial blend and then just put the audio listener dead center instead of where the camera is. And then it would still be a 2D thing. That might not be the best though. I mean, it may actually be fine just with where the camera is. That is determined. I'm not have everything saved. Make sure totally applied here. Okay. Just to be sure, save and save project. Yeah, so I think seems like that could be nice, right? Okay, so the biggest thing though now is probably our main scene and how we want to handle it. And the short answer is I do not know. Like all these goobers are, I mean, maybe they aren't all, but in generally those goobers are responsive, but they are designed to be squares. And we want them to always be squares and just live in a viewport, you know? So what? Who uses this? What is this? Oh. I see. So the aspect ratio fitter and grid layout group flex. Are custom. Do I really need them? So ratio fitter is used in fade. Interesting. That seems annoying. I don't really want that. Grid layout group flex. is used by several. Why? How's that different than the normal grid layout group? Okay. And then I assume those guys are who is using the set property utility. I don't love that. I probably got these from that. There's like a repo of Unity UI special stuff. Kind of don't want anything like that though. Not into it. Like the ratio fitter. That's all in Fade. Point five. Doesn't make a ton of sense, does it? But I think that's probably how I manage this. Like, or do I? Like, is that actually being used? So when I assume your job is to change these, set value, on value updated. Okay. Like, do I really? Do I need it? Set struct and then set dirty. And the ref is to, I kind of want to get rid of that. Okay, but we'll just put that on the to-do list for now. You know? Kind of don't want it. Just feels like whatever I was doing, it feels like there's, I mean, this is not complicated enough where that matters. We can figure out the aspect ratio, I think. It's not that hard. Again, I think it was just me experimenting with that library of Unity UI things. So the grid one though is kind of interesting because I'm pretty confused about why, like, what am I even trying to accomplish with that? Versus a normal grid. So my cell size was 64, my spacing was 82. I just got rid of you. Okay, well that seems wrong. Oh, I probably had padding, huh? Like, is that what we just had? Not 46, 64. Is this any different than what we were just looking at? Like, it's not quite right, but who's wrong? Which one is not the correct one? So I don't know, unless the other, like, I don't know what the purpose of this was. Like, did I write this? Somebody else write this? Maybe I wrote this? Maybe I wrote this. Maybe I wrote this. I definitely didn't write. For sure. That doesn't look like I wrote it. This looks like maybe I wrote it. But why? I think I know why. I think I know why. I think it was an attempt to make it responsive so that the spacing... Yeah. So I don't think I need that anymore. I think that was to make like a responsive grid where the spacing was dynamic. But we're not. We've decided not to do that, I think. Yeah, right. So here's what's the difference. Here's what's the difference. Here is the difference. No, these are also 64s. And these are 82s. And if I say this is whatever it was, 13, and I said this was middle center. Okay. So this looks the same, but if I do this, that's a bad example. Free aspect, for example, then it will, these are all not good examples. We'd have to just have something that was a truly larger size than what we have. So whatever. So if we had this instead, and we changed to this. Oh, it doesn't matter because we're doing the canvas thing anyway. Yeah. So it actually doesn't matter at all. for what we're doing now. It was only when I was like allowing dynamic sizing to happen for different size phones, I was changing the spacing instead of making things bigger and smaller, which worked okay on some, but not on others. So in other words, like on different sized phones, it would just pad them out. But I think that is not our... So like the art would say the same size. It would just be more padded out, which I get it. It's not a horrible idea, but that's not what we're writing now. Like that's not what we're building anymore. So really all of those places that use that grid aspect ratio fitter could go away. Probably. I mean, grid layout group flex. So we did it on this grid inside line. I mean, you know, it's not that this is hurting anything. I just... Okay, so 128 and 182. Interesting. Symmetry with 6. Centered. Okay. Not that it's hurting anything. I just want less moving parts, you know? And when I'm trying to go back and fix things and format things, I don't want to suddenly know what's going on because we have this custom component. That'll look great. I think it does. I don't think there was any padding. That would just take it off center anyway. In fact, we didn't really need padding on that other guy, I don't think. Okay, and then roll. What's the other one? Here. And this one is just 256, 256, and 8. Like so. This one actually we should double check on because it could be wonky. Seems okay. Okay. So good. That should mean we don't need that one script anymore. Appear not. So that's one less thing. Great. Layout element auto height. Who has that? So that looks like it's on this main dude, but we're gonna, I feel like we're gonna totally redo this guy anyway. So let's just remove these. I feel pretty strongly that we're just gonna ditch that. Okay, so these are all insane now, which I get it. So the challenge we're going to have, we've got these guys that all want to be squares. I kind of want these to just be the canvases, though. Like, it feels a little weird that they're not. In other words, the prefab root would be these. And then what's weird is we've just got now this whole other... whole other thing. Maybe you want to convert some of these things to SVG, maybe? So the challenge is this. As follows. Modern phones are stupid. They've got notches and rounded corners and all that annoying stuff. So my instinct is we just like say we're going to just ignore the top and bottom of the screen. Like the top and bottom 10% of the screen, we're just going to say, never mind, forget it. Then, maybe we do actually want to do this everywhere. So if we did that everywhere, then we could just... So here's what I'm thinking. And this might be a bad idea, but this is what I'm thinking. That we want a vertical layout group. I don't know exactly how to do this, but maybe something like that. We're basically where we say, we know. Let's get rid of this shadow. There's like some design elements here that I'm just not, that I don't care about right now. So we have some kind of status bar with some kind of height, and that's fine. Say it's 96 or whatever. This is actually a little bit of a problem though. So what we need to do then is, I think we do need to do this, and then we need to do this guy that says, and just enforce it and say, no matter what, the content is 2048, 2048. Like that's just, and we'll say that's the preferred also. I don't know why you would be bigger. Okay. And there's no flexibility in this. And that's just how it goes. And then we don't really want you to flex. But min height and preferred height then would be, why is this height so big? That doesn't make very much sense. Let's get rid of these spacers for a moment, just so we can figure out what's going on here. Because what we really want to say is that, like, this thing is flexible. This guy is flexible, and basically everything else is fixed-ish, right? Like, We sort of want all of these. Yeah, that seems bad. You know, we want you to be... I don't want this to be 450 ever. I want all that flexibility. I want all the flex. Like, I guess what I want to try to say is, hey, all of these guys are set in stone. I'm always a little confused about what these mean. But like, why would this be true? If I'm explicitly saying, hey, your preferred height is 96, why are you ending up like this? But we don't want to do that because we do want flex. But something's kind of weird. Like, should these both have flex 0? But I thought that determined like who was gonna take all the flex. Maybe that's a percentage? Maybe it's a percentage, I don't remember. I thought it was a normalized value 0 to 1. But I haven't used it in a long time. The relative amount of additional available height. In what? So first it does all the mins, then it does all the preferreds, and then it does the flexes. Most commonly, flexible width and height set to 0, 1. I mean, that's what I thought. But when we set that to 1, it was the same as 0. But 50 is the same as... I don't know. I don't understand. Like, if you have flex 1 and all your friends have flex height 0, then why... I've always like this. I generally like the Unity UI layout stuff, but this part is annoying. Like the relative amount of additional height this layout should fill out relative to its siblings. Relative 0 to 1? You would think. But unless it's something about these. But we do want to control the height. Okay, was this the problem? Force expand. So if we don't force expand, and we don't use the child scale, and we just say we're going to control it, and then we're going to go by our buddies here, and only give preferreds, then that seems correct. So this, instead of 95, could be whatever, 128, 256, whatever. Doesn't really matter. The goal is just to ignore the top and bottom. The width of the buttons. Oh, right. Okay. But this is, and maybe this is fine. It's probably fine. I was about to say, I think I had originally imagined a scenario where you could use this in landscape, but I don't think I care. I don't think I care very much. And even if we put it on tablet, then it's funny that Android doesn't give you any 4:3. I guess it'd be 3:4. And we just say there's no rotation to start with, at least. I mean, maybe that's the thing we could do later. That would look like this. In which case, we do start to need to be careful. And then, yeah. Then we could say that you're like, you want 10% and you want 90% or whatever. Something that would keep it reasonable. Although that didn't work in terms of the min height. This one's a bit annoying. I mean, do I care about iPad support? I think I don't. I think I actually do not care about tablet support. At least not for the first release. Okay. So does this work? No, because it's using the whole. Interesting. That's where I think we like maybe the sub canvases would help us. Like this is not working. That's just because of a mask. Actually, this isn't because of the mask. This truly is the size. I mean, that's a thing we changed supposedly on purpose, but... And it looks like the metronome breaks if we stop and reload that guy. this guy works-ish. Could be that we stopped the metronome on one of them, like stop the metronome somewhere. Like if we stopped it here, it remains stopped. Okay. Has the metronome busted? So I'm kind of tempted to instantiate these and then destroy them. Funny. We like literally stopping the metronome somewhere? Maybe we just crashed it somewhere. The nice thing about the instantiate destroy thing is we don't have to clean up, although it would probably be good for us to do so. Weird that this isn't rolling. Like, that doesn't make a ton of sense. Why would the drum roll not start rolling? I don't know. Did we just break roll in some way? Maybe when we changed that grid thing, we broke a... No? That works. Why? Why? Why you busted? That weird? Seems weird. Like, would this ever be run on a 4.3? Is it 4.3 cell phones exist anymore? I don't know. Funny that drop is broken though. That's a little weird. Because you would sort of expect, oh, this stuff gets created and then not created, and then that's not ideal. You'd want it to belong inside. That's not super great, is it? Like, you end up with this nonsense. Anyway, ignoring the nonsense for a moment. Like, there is something to be said about an additive, like additively loading a scene and just letting that scene do its business. That's definitely, like, more recently how I have done things. It can be a little obnoxious to position that, though. Like, we'd have to lay out the canvas and then figure out where the screen goes inside it. Probably. Okay, but anyway, back to my actual question is why...
I just want to go back.
like... Oh, because the droplet container is getting... Because we're getting the height of the camera's orthographic scale. But that size is... Sure, because in this case, that's the full height of the window. That's a bit annoying, right? So remember when I had that fancy bottom left thing and I was like, this is dumb, why would I do that? This is why. Because that's how I knew how the bottom of the actual container. But we should know. That's too bad, really. So content 2048, 2048, but why in here does this not? Because it's not part of the canvas that it was in. So I think I want to do that. This one in particular is a little wonky in that regard, because this is the one that is partially canvas and partially not. And so like loading that droplet container just out in the world, I kind of have to. But it seems like I'm destroying it properly. Okay, I need a bathroom break. I will be back in just a moment. See you, bye.
I just want to go back.
What are we doing? Okay, so good news, the stuff kind of works. I still don't understand why roll doesn't play. House tour. Okay, ready? That's my whole house. That's basically the whole thing. That's the wait, where? That's the bathroom. Around there is the you want to play some guitar? I had a heat set up where you could play the guitar, kind of. Where you could like click on the guitar and it would play guitar sounds, which was pretend. I'm actually shocked that I'll still be like being here is I did not mean to stay in this one. I didn't mean to stay in Portland for years, but I got this apartment as kind of an emergency because I had to come back to Portland for medical treatment, like at the height of the pandemic, and I only meant to stay here for a short amount of time. But then, you know, it's still a pandemic and I still have medical stuff, so like I'm still here, which is a bummer because the worst thing is happening. Now that it's getting nicer, the beer garden outside of my window is opening up and it's getting loud again. Nobody's there. Okay, let's go look. Can we look? This is probably a bad idea. You can't see out there. Okay, we gotta do this without unplugging every single thing. Okay. Now adjust the exposure. Welcome to heaven. So those picnic tables outside, every day at like 3 p.m. they fill up with loud drunk people, and the loud drunk people stay there being loud right outside my window until 10 o'clock at night. Well, I mean, it's decently spaced, but that's not the point. So this was a parking lot of a grocery store. So I got a little bamboozled. This has happened to me twice with the same property company in Portland. But so the first time I moved into an apartment in Portland, there was a brick wall right outside the windows. And oh no, I'm so sensitive to noise. It always bothers me. And then on the day I moved in here, I was like, oh, that's weird. Why are there all those picnic tables outside? Because I was like, it was in a rush to get a place to live, and it was a real hassle. And like Portland was in the middle of riots, and it was the height of the pandemic, and it was not good. I mean, I can still stream at night. So the good news right now is it's not hot enough yet that I need my windows open. So that's okay. For now, it's not super annoying, but in the next few months, not only will it get hot, probably also Portland will catch on fire, because that just happens every summer now. It's a double-edged sword, right? Because when Portland catches on fire and the smoke is terrible, you have to close your windows and the drunk people stay away, which is good. I changed, I don't have, I didn't set up my Alexa because I kind of hate it. I was going to set up some alternate control thing, but I've just been doing it from the phone. I did buy that piano recently with my stimulus check because I was like, okay, I got a stimulus check. I didn't get the first one, and I got the second one, and I was like, I don't really understand why I got this. I should probably give it to my sister or be responsible with it. But then I thought, no, I'm going to get something I want for once. And so I bought that piano. And I've been, after basically not paying piano much for 10 years. This is my new chair. This is my good chair. This is the good one. I got rid of the old new chair. So I bought 2 new chairs. And I sold one new chair. So I did get like I had a steel case. Series 1, which was good. It was a good chair. Are you thinking of this one? So I got this one and it was pretty good, but I had, you know, like, oh, we've been through so many things. A couple years ago, I had that terrible hip injury. And then, so this one's pretty good. Well, the one I have now is I have a real Steelcase Leap V2. This is not real. These are not the actual prices of the chair. It was very costly, but since I had that injury, it seems like I should actually get a good chair. And I have a friend who does like interior fixtures and installation, so he was able to get it for me at cost. So it was much less than this, but it was still real expensive. But I think it was worth it. The thing about it is it's not that it's a comfortable chair necessarily. Like, it's not about being comfortable. It's about having your body not fall to pieces. So I don't know. It's good. I wouldn't say it's not amazing, but I think it was good. And, you know, it's tax write-off, all that kind of thing. So I think it was okay. I was thinking, you know, I forever, instead of writing music, I've been doing stuff like this where I make things that make music, but I was thinking of starting to, oops, what happened to exposure? Kind of start just making music again. I was thinking I have like music streams. Make some jams. Play something I wrote right now. You want to hear the best song I ever wrote? I think it's my favorite song. It's actually still, it's not stupendous, but of all the things I've ever made, it might still be one of my favorite things I've ever made. Maybe. I like it. I like it still. And that's saying a lot because I mostly hate everything I make to some extent. And then maybe a few years later, I'll be like, it wasn't so bad. But as a general rule, I don't like anything I make because I just see all the flaws. But this, I still think I like this after, oh boy, getting close to 20 years. I think it's good. Maybe not amazing, but I think it's good. That's super loud. Is it so loud? I turned it down. Okay, turn it down a little more. I'm looking at the meter. It doesn't look that loud. Oh no. Okay, move it there. Still like it. It's not, it's pretty rough. What I used to do for a really long time, I should dig all these up. I used to, so part of the reason that all these songs have 4 letters, I used to write like multiple 7-second songs every day in Soundtracker. Is that what it was called? Does this still exist? Yeah, on an old Linux machine. I would like plot out these songs in software like this. And then, so I have probably hundreds of those. And then years later, I went back and like learned actually to play them on the piano. And it was weird because I taught myself to play piano playing those songs, but like we're not, I didn't know what I was doing when I wrote them. So they're really weird to play. Um, and then I re-recorded them. So that was done in Reason. So these are all like 20-year-old things that were done in Reason, which I just haven't done any of that stuff for a long time. Probably the last one was, as far as like symphonic things, this fugue. Yes. How long did it take to make? I was kind of learning Reason while I was doing it, but probably just over the course of a few days because I already had the bass melody. This one was probably, over the course of a few days too, but this was still a long time ago. I should have not gotten into design. I should have done video game music instead. I blew it. It's my true calling. Could have been Farmville, sure. I'm pretty terrible at piano. Just mainly because I haven't practiced in so long, and I sort of only learned it well enough to kind of like play. I learned a few other songs, but I was mainly just like playing my songs to practice and record them. So I've never really been an amazing piano performer. I can do it just like with a guitar. I can pick up and I know the chords and I can play some guitar tab and sing a song to you. I can generally do that on piano, but as far as like really playing complex stuff, stuff like this that you're hearing is just like some arpeggios. And I'm so rusty, I would probably have trouble even playing this at this point. Yes, this one was very Miyazaki inspired. I don't know. I don't actually have that many songs up because there was this, like, when I decided to go to, I used to do a thing with a friend of mine called Song Fight, and every week they would post a song title, and you'd have 1 week to like record. So you'd write the song, record it, master and mix it, everything, and then submit it all in a week. And just based on whatever title they gave you. This is one of those. It's a very silly. We won though, because it was all over the place and ridiculous. I haven't listened to this in a long time. Song Fight was super cool. It was very fun. I wish I had done it more than I did. It may still be around. I think singing quality, maybe not the best on this song. It was recorded in a closet. It gets better. I think. Yeah, well, we were both huge Beatles fans for sure. Um, but the thing that was fun about it is like starting with this that was like, you know, vaguely normal rockish song, but then just getting ridiculous with like multiple movements in it. So treating it a little more like a composition than a pop song. So does this. Oh wait, that's not the part. Anyway, it will do some stuff. I don't know that it's very good, but it was very fun to do, and I like it. The other bandmate is an actual like super accomplished musician now. Last I heard, he lived in Nashville. I think he's in Cage the Elephant now. He was definitely touring with them, and I think he became a full member. It's been a couple years since I talked to him. Yes. That's Mathen. So Mathen is now in Cage the Elephant. Cage the Elephant. He's been in it for years at this point. I think he just toured with them. Yeah, 2017. Mathen is like probably the most singularly talented musician I've ever known. Like he's just so he's like musically talented at a level that is meta above any given instrument or whatever. Like whatever the instrument is, he's astounding at it. It's like the instrument doesn't even matter. Mathen, I should catch up with Mathen. It's been a few years for sure. Last time I saw him was in Seattle, and they were on tour with Weezer, and I got to go backstage and hang out. Except like Weezer was all like old men with their babies. So like right after the show, like literally after the show, Weezer comes off stage. Their wives come up and hand them babies, and then they just go to the hotel room. Like did not hang out with Weezer at all. Did hang out with Cage the Elephant that night, which was pretty funny. The funniest part was it was in Seattle, and I think it was near the end of the semester. I was teaching at the time, and it was the next day was the last day of class, and I went into class. I'm not a big drinker. I'm a much tamer person now in my life than I was in my youth, but definitely went into my last day of class super hungover. But I brought everybody donuts, so maybe they didn't notice. Um, but anyway, the thing that was really funny was we went out to various bars that night, and I was towards the end of the semester, so there were like University of Washington students just out kind of blowing off steam. And weirdly, it was a weeknight though, which was the weirdest part. But there was some. We went to some bar that had karaoke, and somebody started singing a Cage the Elephant song. So literally, without realizing it, somebody went up and started singing a song written by the band that I was there with. And so Mavin and the lead singer went up and started singing with the guy, but I don't think he realized who it was. I think he was drunk and didn't realize that the band whose song he was singing came up and sang with him. It was real funny. The craziest thing I've ever done, I wouldn't know where to start. When I was a teenager, I worked for a crazy millionaire, and broadly speaking, our job was to cause trouble. So maybe one day I'll talk about that at more length. But I've done a lot of I've done a fair number of crazy things when I was a younger fellow. But now I'm so old and boring, and I just sit here and stream on Twitch, think about songs I wrote 20 years ago. What happened to me? Who can say? I was definitely not an assassin for hire. We were like, I hesitate to go into it because later a lot of things happened associated with those people that are like not like a light topic of conversation, but yeah, I don't even exactly know what to pull up just because it would be a big rabbit hole. Anyway, it was not the mafia. Okay, the future is now. You're right. That's all behind me. My life as a troublemaker, guerrilla artist. I don't have those pictures on this machine. One day maybe we'll have some kind of like picture show and tell, and I'll show you some photos from. So actually, I just realized, are we there yet? We're probably really close. We're probably really close to me having 20 years of photos on my phone. But if I'm being honest, I think the like especially interesting things happened before that. So those are pictures we'd have to dig up somewhere and scan. So July 17th, 2001 is the first photos that are on my phone. And one of them is a picture of my CRT monitor on IRC. Cool. Very cool. One of them is a picture of this cool PC tower that I painted with spray paint, along with two other PC towers. Cool. Then there's a lot of bad outdoor photos. It's not an especially great camera. Yeah, I don't know. One day we'll have some kind of show and tell. I did 20 years ago. I built all my computers, and I primarily ran Linux on my desktops, and it was terrible 20 years ago, just like it's terrible now. And then, well, actually, probably 20 years ago this year-ish, I got my first. Maybe we're at like 19 years. Anyway, somewhere in there, I got my first MacBook. After OS 10 came out, and I suddenly decided I was interested in Mac OS because it was, it's basically Unix under the hood, which is the thing that I really wanted. And I've mostly used as my primary computer Apple laptops since then. In fact, this was, other than like little mini PCs for projects and stuff, this PC was the first PC I had for 15 years or something like that. But I did not build it. And the main reason I didn't build it is because I got it during the last GPU shortage, and it actually was cheaper, like, late 2017, around 2018. Like, when that first big cryptocurrency bubble happened and you couldn't get any GPUs, and it was actually cheaper for me to buy this computer with a 1080 than it was to just buy a 1080. And so I feel like I'm on the verge of that again. Where we're kind of in that scenario again, where you just can't find any GPUs. So sort of, I'm really confused about this. Why aren't you animating? So maybe I'll buy a computer again. So this Y offset is happening. It's you. Funny. Okay. I guess there was I had wondered why that would be turned off. I noticed it was turned off before. So we do have a masking problem. There was a bit of a jump there, right? Because the metronome was already metronoming. Guess it's not super egregious. It's not great though. See, there's that like weird little hop as it tries to. We'd want something that set the proper thing on load, not just on start, probably. Okay, so these all load. We know we have a major problem with drop, and we know that roll overlaps. So here's what I want to do. I don't know if this is the best idea, but let's just try it. I kind of want to have I kind of want the canvas to be the root, I guess, is a way to put this. Which would really mean just doing this, and then this sucks. Like, I wish I could copy multiple components simultaneously. Maybe there's a way. Like, copy all components. Ping. Okay. Paste as new, and then the graphics raycaster. We would really yeah, we need it to run it in this scene, I guess. So I just want to do that. That might screw things up out here, so let's see before we do the others if that ruins everything. I would like a new computer with a 3080. I would also like a new laptop, a new M1 Mac, but I'm going to wait for the fall, at least for that. So this looks super duper broken. Non-root canvases will not be scaled. Well, so kind of seems like the thing I just did was a bad idea. So let's not do it. Let's just not do the thing I just did. We should remove some unused assets. So I actually had a mask and then I deleted it, which I shouldn't have done. But I think we just want a rect mask 2D. And that's not where we want it. We want a rect mask 2D here. Why you're 20%, I don't know, that doesn't seem quite right. Does it? Just so when we switch to roll, the stuff that fades on and off Yeah, gets cropped properly. So that's good. Now the jump of roll is a little annoying, but it's probably a solvable problem. So like just clicking through these, like these I could believe like, hey, these all seem like they're maybe from the same application. This guy is a little like there's extra fanciness here that's just not necessary. This guy doesn't fit in, just doesn't quite fit in. And it's mainly because of that. It's just the boldness. Like we don't really do that. We kind of do it on this here, but broadly we don't do the super bold. Also the wrong colors in many cases. We need to conform our palette as well. And then this one is just so different. But I think that's okay. Like this one I still kind of believe lives in this realm, and there's maybe some more stuff we can do to help that. This one just doesn't want to be this bold. It wants to be I don't know if it's just that these want to be outlines. Maybe these are outlines and they're narrower. I don't quite know. So I had one conception of this where there was like a drop shadow. I actually just deleted it. Maybe I shouldn't have. Okay, so we definitely have some issues of yeah, because we delete stuff and then we try to go back here. So definitely a part of me that wants to say we just instantiate these things when it's time to play them. What do we want this to look like? I thought actually there was a like a UI shadow. It does not work. Did not work because of the rect mask. That would be silly. Use the graphic area. Like, just trying to think of what the styling is, you know? Like, I could imagine there's a little bit of padding just so we get something like a little bit of a drop shadow. So that might look cool or it might look stupid. It might look both. It might look really stupid in a cool way. You know? So that would look something like what would it look like? We'd want this, but we'd want to pad it a little bit, which I don't know that we can do with the approach that we have here. We'd actually have to do it. We'd need another level of hierarchy, I think. So it'd be something like this, or whatever. Something like that, but then maybe up here, this guy is actually totally alphaed out. And then, whatever. We do whatever here. And make this black. We can't do that inside there. Okay, wait. Try again. Let's try this again. It would be more like this. And then this would be... Stop changing my numbers. There's some floating point problems here. But it still gets stretched out, so don't do that. What if you didn't do that? Yeah, okay, so if this had no padding, this had no padding, this had padding, and this was like this, but then was offset a little bit. I mean, I don't know if this is what I want to do, but I could imagine something a little bit like that, where there was a shadow, and then maybe this guy is actually much darker, or is lighter. Something, something in this realm. We need to come up with what the palette is for everything, but like some weird drop shadowy thing like that, like sort of into it, kind of into it, a little bit into it, possibly very into it. So whose job is it to swap this stuff out? What do these do? Oh, it's a toggle group. What? Does that automatically... Oh, I see. So that does just straight up toggle those. Interesting. So we could... rethink this a little bit. Like, how? That makes that 1920. Like we start into we get a little bit into a scenario where there's like weird double scaling where we're applying scales multiple times, which is not... That's always not a great thing. Usually not a great thing. I mean, these could all have their own little goofball drop shadowy thing. Like I kind of like that. I don't feel like that actually fits in our real aesthetic. Like I actually, so this is reminding me a little bit of, Windows 1.0 kind of vibe, which I've been really thinking a lot about that era of software design. Like a lot, where I kind of want to do a project that is heavily inspired by this kind of era. Windows 2.0 is maybe a little better in terms of, no, it was worse. What am I thinking of? I just want like old DOS GUI, you know. I don't like that one. You know, this kind of thing. I've been, a few years ago, I was working on a job and came up with kind of a modern take on that. And then the project died. And I've been like, I don't think that project's ever going to go anywhere or be revamped or come back to life ever again. It's a little weird because it was a client job, but like, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't use those files, of course, but just something that's evocative of this, because I have a weird kind of nostalgia for this kind of antsy, curses-y kind of thing. Pretty into. There's just silly things with drop shadows like that, you know. So I'm extremely drawn to that. However, I don't think this is the project for it. So like, even though this is getting a little evocative of that and I'm kind of into it, I think that once you actually load up the experiences, I think they, I guess none of these have backgrounds. I think it's just not quite the right. Not quite the right thing. I should probably all have backgrounds. Be nice to just have them work additively, but we've got goofball stuff like this where we have to like mask things going behind others things, and so the layers get a little annoying. We should fix that. I don't want to. Anyway. Where's there all the blue color? Well, it doesn't work in most cases. It'll work in some cases. This palette better? Like blue instead of gray. We'd have to go change a lot of stuff, but I think I generally prefer it. Well, that weirded me out. I was the keyboard in the song on Pretzel sounded very similar to the thing I just clicked when I clicked it. So truly the like really big thing we need to figure out, which is not an easy problem, unfortunately, is buttons. And like right now, every one of these UIs has their own set of buttons. There's no consistency or very little consistency in terms of where they're placed and what they do. So like on drop, they're just crammed in the corner. Roll has bars that change dynamically, which I do think is kind of cool, but we could decide to only do that with one bar. Fade has a sidebar. Line is distributed in the corner. Gate has no buttons. Ring is in the corner. Ball is across the bottom. So we have two options. Either we try to find like just some conforming language for that. And maybe we have two options. Like sometimes they're in all the corners. Like line, gate, and ring, for example, you could imagine just saying like, okay, those are just all in the corners. And then the other ones get a bar. I don't know. Like you could imagine some things being pretty consistent. Like all of them could have some kind of play stop sort of feature. Gate is a weird one for that because it just works so differently than the others. But it could be adapted. Or we just say, no, each of these is their own thing. And we could have consistency in the icons, but like I don't know the answer to that one. At all. What's the answer? I don't know. I'm a little, I'm kind of getting to the point where I just want to try this on a device. That replacement, my Android test phone, I destroyed. I don't really destroy it. It kind of destroyed itself in the closet. And so my replacement, I ordered a Refurb Pixel whatever. Pixel 3a. That is supposed to be here tomorrow. Only problem with it, actually, for better or worse, I mean, it's worse in some ways, is it doesn't have a notch. And so I don't really know what to do about that. I don't know if there's like, is there some general strategy for how people deal with notches? So Unity has a screen safe area. Some displays, certain areas of the screen may not be visible to the user. This may be caused by the display shape being non-rectangular, or in the case of TV displays, it can be caused by overscan. Avoid placing user interface elements in areas outside of the screen's safe area rectangle. The maximum size of the safe area is the screen resolution pixels. and is defined as et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you know what would be nice? You don't just ignore it and just ignore and like have interface elements behind them. That doesn't sound like a good idea. It would be kind of nice if this canvas scaler was smart enough to do that. Right? Like that would be a useful thing. Where's it put that stuff? Like I kind of want to just do, yeah, this. I want to do this. Yeah. But this is, I guess, what you do. So you do this, and then you put a rect inside. It doesn't work in this case, though. Because I want this scalar. Because my pixels would be scaled then. That'd be weird. Save area change. So here's my issue though, because I think that's what this, like, I'm already, since my scalar is doing its thing, any value that I have in here is not really going to be right because it's going to be relative to this, not relative to the actual resolution of the screen. So I'd have to do some kind of, that's annoying. I'd have to look at whatever the screen resolution is and then, you know, get it as a ratio of this to figure it out, and then come up with offsets on this guy to account for that. Which is not the worst thing in the world, but it is kind of stupid. You know? And the problem is they're so hard to anticipate. Like, Is it that bad? The safe area is that bad? What is it for other phones? A safe area. Live visitors, do you have a notch or a hole in your phone screen? Well, you may not have a choice in a few years. It's gonna be every phone. I think these are cool. Like I think like it's just the hole punch I think is much cooler than the notch in general. I think it's just visibly that's cool. It makes the camera seem like an interface element. I understand why Apple doesn't do that and why they can't do that because they have too many kinds of sensors. Like they have a depth camera on the front. Yeah, but I don't know. Cameras under the screen sounds far away. It sounds like in 3 years, Samsung's going to release a version of it and it's going to be awful and it's going to barely work, just like half the things Samsung does. And like the hole punch to me feels cooler. Just looks cooler. Looks nicer than a big notch, I think. Or the really minor little dips as far as instead of the big notch. But I also really like the iPhone front camera with the depth sensor and all that is quite good. So I get it. It's annoying, but I get it. But I feel like just the future is not. They already have it. Cameras under screens. I bet it doesn't work well. That real? I feel like it's not going to work well. Invisible phone cameras are here. I bet it's not good. Like, have any of these actually shipped? Have these actually shipped, or are these just like bad Chinese phones that commercial? It has pixels. It can't be that good. It just cannot be. Looks pretty in pictures, but a very hard time believing it actually functions. That's a lot of cameras. Because a video from them, a marketing video, would not be very convincing to me. Oh, from Linus? I don't want to have to listen to Linus's voice. I would be fine with Linus if he just never opened his mouth ever again. That's mean. I just don't like his voice. I don't want to listen to it. The results don't look bad. The world's first under-display selfie camera isn't very good. I mean, it's not just about selfies though, right? Like video calls and things like that. The front-facing camera has other purposes other than selfies. Like, for example, Face ID depth. I mean, I have to say I'm impressed that it works at all, but look at it. Look at it. I guess it just looks like Vaseline is smeared on it. Well, I mean, I feel like the statement you just said is a little paradoxical. It's not a good camera, but it's great. I mean, like, if it makes the camera bad, see, okay, here's the thing. I guess my opinion in general is like we're used to dedicating some amount of phone real estate to status anyway. Like that's just we're used to that, and I think that's why from a design standpoint, I like the phones that just say the camera's just part of that. Like I don't know that those are the best. I don't know that those are great cameras or anything, but like the idea that the camera is just like part of the interface, I think is not bad design thinking. Again, this doesn't like there's a reason Apple doesn't do it because they have way more going on up there. But I get it more. Like it makes more sense to me. I get it. The bezel. I think it's just because you want, you know, you pay a lot of money for this thing, and you want the as much real estate as you can. You want to maximize your real estate. So a big forehead and a big chin. Like we just look at a Pixel 3 and how much screen real estate. I mean, they very deliberately in their marketing photos like kind of add a gradient into darkness to hide how bad. That's a little bit jerky, Google. Like, you know, in all their marketing photos, they deliberately have a heavy black gradient at the top and bottom to hide how bad the bezel is. Which, you know, if you look at it, it's not insubstantial. Is Pixel 5 out? Versus the Pixel 5, which is much more... I think it's just much more striking to have that much more screen real estate. I think it's a nice looking phone. I think a Pixel 5 is a nice looking device. That's pretty good. I mean, this looks nicer to me than the big Apple Notch, for sure. LG V30. Is that what you have? It's not terrible. It's a little, it just isn't as futuristic, you know? That's not, I mean, I will admit that's pretty inoffensive, but I don't think it looks as nice as I think the Pixel 5 looks nicer. Because it's kind of the dream, right? Like the dream is sort of, oh, just this thing is a screen. Anything other than that is kind of a distraction and a little bit of a waste of space. I mean, certainly a lot of it comes down to personal preferences. And even like the little dip on the front, like the Nokia. I think they have like a very minor little dip, which I think is not terrible and leaves a lot more room for status. Of course, all that breaks down as soon as you're like trying to look at a movie anyway. But if you're not bothered by bezels, then you shouldn't be bothered by a little bit of whatever the opposite of letterboxing is, pillar boxing. When you watch videos, because that's essentially the same thing. I mean, like if I watch a video on this and it's already cropped, it's like there's a bezel on top, you know? Well, yeah, but like, what do you mean? What is the point? It's what percentage of time are you watching video on your phone versus doing everything else? I would say I watch video full screen on my phone 10% of the time relative to everything else I do. Okay, if you do it all the time, then it makes sense for you. For me, like, oh, I guess I don't want to know. Like if I watch video, I typically do it on an iPad just because I want a bigger screen. So that makes sense. Sure, that's fair to say. Like if you always want to be watching full screen video, that makes sense. But like, you don't lose that much here if it's slightly cropped if you already are dealing with bezels, right? Like it's a relatively minimal amount either to have that cut in or just have it slightly cropped, pillar boxed. Uh-oh, too many videos. I get it. I mean, everybody has slightly different use cases. I just, my phone is not that thing, really. It is not my watch video device, so I might have different opinions on it in that case. It is very frequently a, like, I mean, certainly it's almost always an unlock with my face device, unless I have a mask on, and it is often a video call device. Although even in those cases, I tend to prefer iPad. So like, you know, functionally it's going to vary a little bit based on what people want, but I think this is a admirable solution. I think it's like kind of cool, actually, just that a hardware necessity can be incorporated to the layout. Like some of those, you know, and sometimes they do cool stuff like a little circle timer animation around the hole. Like I think that is actually pretty interesting. I think the whole point, and I mean, and Apple unquestionably started this, is that as time progresses, and it's only getting further and further in this direction, we're escaping the tyranny of the rectangle, and like rectangular content is not as necessary. Like all these phones have rounded corners now, regardless. Like yours did too, even, right? Is that true? Your LG30? Yeah, so what about the content you're losing in your corners? What about the valuable content you're losing on your in your radius corners there? Two hours a day? What did you watch for 6 hours on Tuesday? You hate the radius corners? I mean, you know, as you know, I do a ton of work in VR and AR, and you're not constrained to a rectangle then. The issue is all of our tools and all of our file formats are still rectangles. Even when you talk about 360 video, it's still a rectangle that gets stretched. Like we have some things that are emerging as a way to describe volumetric stuff, but in general, like all of our assets are rectangular. I mean, unless, you know, 3D meshes, things like that, obviously are naturally volumetric, but the any buffer you render it to or whatever is going to be rectangular. Oh, I see. So you get a, should I start an ASMR channel and you can listen to that while you sleep? Okay, I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. What are we doing now? I guess the whole point of that was to say, well, okay, so first of all, that means according to Life is Yours, I made a good phone purchase for my test phone because I got the Pixel that still has a rectangular screen, right? Man, these marketing photos really suck. That's borderline shady, Google. Really trying to hide that. I think actually, well, okay. I can't remember. Because I sort of feel like Apple leaned into it. Yeah, I don't think Apple tried to hide it. Like Apple was like, hey, we have a, yeah, like Apple could have done that, but their initial marketing photos were like, no, we have a notch. We don't do rectangles anymore. And I think Google's trying to pretend. Google's trying to hide it. Pretend, at least at this time. I mean, even with the Pixel 4 photos, right? Because they're kind of hiding in there. You can see it. It's kind of hiding, kind of sneaky. You mean the notch? I think it was. I mean, I think it was. I think they said like, if we're gonna do this, we're not gonna hide it, and it's gonna be the thing. And like, I think broadly, there's these old anecdotes about Steve Jobs trying to get an early macOS programmer to write rounded rectangles on things, and like walked him through the world and was like, hey, look around here. Like humans, all these things we make, like stuff humans make, like the devices we make, our industrial design, our signage, whatever. In the physical world, most things have radius corners, and people just like it. Like even in woodworking, corners are frequently routed. We just like to break corners for whatever reason. And so it ended up being like a huge programmatic hassle on the hardware of the time. So it doesn't surprise me that Apple leaned into that so hard. I mean, if you get an iMac Pro, is it rounded? That would be a little crazy, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was slightly. iMac Pro is discontinued now, though. Like if you got, I don't actually, like on the new MacBook Air and new MacBook Pro, doesn't appear to be. They look like hard corners. I'm trying to remember if they've done any rounding on their, no, doesn't look like it yet. But I kind of bet they will. Maybe. Even if it was just very, very slight. Would not surprise me. Doesn't look like they have on any desktop stuff yet, though. Oh, MacBook Air. I'm almost ready to buy you. Almost want to buy you. I'm gonna wait and see what comes out this fall, but my 2011 MacBook Air is the best computer I've ever owned in my life. My 2016 MacBook Pro is the worst computer I've ever owned in my life, I think. I think that's fair to say. These rounded corners on the website. Here's the main reason I like the MacBook Air. No stupid touch bar. In fact, that's almost like, at least these latter day MacBook Pros have escape keys. Man, my computer's terrible. That laptop's, I have a bad laptop. I don't like it. Makes me mad to think about it. I really haven't had to use it much during the last year since I've been working from home most of the time, but thermal throttle. You mean on the Air versus the Pro? Maybe. Oh, on the Pro? I mean, it's almost irrelevant because it's so fast. It so vastly outperforms anything else that even if it runs at 80%, I mean, you people don't even pretend like the M1 is not an astounding chip. The M1 is astonishing. It is an astonishing piece of hardware. So even if it is like slightly thermal throttled, it is still outperforming any Intel chip. It outperforms Intel, like even in Apple's emulation mode. Most of the software running in its x64 emulation mode still outperforms Intel chips. Like the M1 chip is astounding. All of the Apple design chips have been amazing, and this is their first desktop one. So like I'm sure the M2 will be mind blowing. I have never seen a good PC laptop in my life. I've never had that problem. I mean, I've like overtaxed that MacBook Air, my previous one. I severely overtaxed. Like, yeah, I mean, I've never seen a good PC laptop. I don't think there's ever been one, except for this like IBM ThinkPad from the '90s that I had. That was pretty cool. Even if I wanted to run Windows, doesn't your Dell have the off-center keyboard that would instantly make me want to smash it? Or do you have a new one since then? It hurts my feelings. The off-center keyboard hurts my feelings. Oh, I don't like the way the keys feel. The last Dell laptop I used. And it doesn't matter. Even if you get the absolute best, basically the absolute best Intel mobile chip is not going to be as good as the M1. Why are you, what are these tears? Oh yeah, I'm sorry, it's the off-center trackpad. That's what I was thinking of. That's right. That's what I was thinking of. Yes, I hate the off-center trackpad. I don't, you spend too much time on Imager. Apple makes, generally speaking, makes excellent hardware, especially compared to any competitor. And like, even though Windows has gotten more functional and like I can do most of the stuff I want to do now with WSL, it's still way better to have an operating system that is truly Unix under the hood. Apple's done lots of dumb things. I mean, especially in the last 5 years, Apple has done almost as many dumb things as Microsoft has done smart things, which is surprising. Like, but that still doesn't even out the balance. And I feel like the M1 is such a like drastic shift. It almost makes up for all the terrible decisions Apple's made in the last 5 years. Maybe longer than 5 years. Insane price. Well, okay, two things on that. Dedicated GPUs, Apple has just decided that's not a thing. And so you can get around it now when you buy like a, I mean, that's not true. You can still get, okay. You can still get Apple machines with dedicated AMD chips for sure. On those M1 chips, the graphics, the onboard graphics are actually quite good. They're not amazing, but they're quite good. But it seems like at a certain point, Apple is like, just do this. Just get an external enclosure. And then price-wise, I don't know. People love to complain about Apple prices. They certainly have things that are very expensive. They have very expensive things in their categories, but like a flagship Apple phone costs basically what a flagship Google phone costs, or a flagship Samsung phone. Like, they're in the same price range. They're not that different in the tier of product they are. And I think if you like go and try to outfit a Dell laptop to be, you know, have exact hardware parity with a MacBook Pro, they're generally not that different. You can certainly get stuff way cheaper in the PC realm, of course, but it's like a tier below. So I feel like for pro gear, none of it is that out of line. Even when you look at, you know, people love to do stuff like this one, where they're like, people love to say this. Oh, cool, this Apple display, let's buy it. Oh my gosh, this display's $6,000. I can't believe it. Like, that's not that expensive for that caliber of display. Like, if you start to look at some Sony color grading displays, 10,000, 11,000, 12,000, like that tier of stuff is costs a lot of money. Like, professional production gear of that level is like, this is costly. It's costly stuff. So like, I don't know. Are you sure? You're saying if I'm matched, I mean, it's harder now with the M1s. Last time I priced out a nice, it was a nice Dell laptop, a really nice Dell laptop, like the top tier Dell laptop versus the top tier Apple laptop, they were not that different. Now, I granted, I mean, I'm not defending Apple in GPU land generally. Like, I'm sitting at a PC right now with a 1080 in it for a specific reason. Like, I think that that is one of the places in the last 5 years that they've really screwed up. Really, last 8 years since the Trash Can Max. Like, they tried to fix it with the Trash Can Max, sort of, but didn't really. I mean, well, low and mid tier, sure, but I'm not. I'm talking about like flagship stuff, which you know, Dell is always going to have cheaper consumer tier stuff for sure, for sure, for sure. But even I don't know, even like what's a Microsoft Surface costs? It's kind of in the realm. You can get a cheaper one, but it's going to be worse, right? This really has some terrible GPU or a CPU. I feel like they're often in the ballpark. I mean, this was $1,000. That's like MacBook Air-ish RAM. I mean, once you need a real GPU, it is a hassle, and those eGPU enclosures are costly. I know some people that use them, and they seem to work pretty well, especially if you just need it for rendering. Um, it doesn't do you any good if you are doing Oculus development because Oculus just doesn't support Mac OS. So I don't know. I mean, I don't mean to sound like I'm 100% defending Apple, but I don't. I feel like for the class of product that they make, it's not that different for comparable, for like the highest tier products from Dell. I feel like are not that crazy different. Like I feel pretty confident I could make an XPS. I couldn't make a whatever. What are they called? The not XPSs. Like Optiplex, there's the one with the I, Inspiron. Like, I feel like I could make an XPS cost almost any amount, you know? Like, you can definitely make a Mac Pro that costs $40,000 for sure. I kind of feel like I could make an XPS cost $40,000. I don't know. Let's see. Maybe not. Maybe just because it doesn't go into like the crazy whatever. Like, new Mac Pros you can get with like a terabyte of memory or something absurd, something insane. Or a petabyte of storage or some nonsense, some truly insane if you max it out. Or it used to be true. And it looks like a cheese grater. So that's $7,000 for this 28 core Xeon. I obviously want a terabyte of memory. Terabyte of memory is costly. Yes, it's true. I don't even know if Dell will sell me a computer with a terabyte of memory. I'm not sure actually. Give me two Vega 2s. Obviously, I need 8 terabytes of SSD. Do I need an Afterburner card? I don't think so, but let's buy it. I don't know if we actually need that. Get some nice $400 wheels. Okay, so that's a nice $51,000 machine, but that is a 28 core Xeon, and with a 1.5 terabyte of memory and 8 terabytes of SSD storage and two Vega 2s. Like, can Dell even do that? Do I need a Precision? I just don't even know if Dell will sell you a computer. Maybe they sell servers with a terabyte of memory. I just don't know if Dell will sell you a computer with 1.5 terabytes of memory. So that's got a Quattro. That's only 192 gig of memory. What am I going to do with that? Nothing. How many cores am I? Is that only 8 cores? How am I going to do anything with 8 cores? If you put it together yourself, I don't know where are you going to go buy your motherboard that supports 1.5 terabytes of memory? I'm sure you can get it on Newegg for a few $1,000s. Obviously, I need more cores than this, Dell. You're really... How many cores did I have? 24? Wait. I had 24 cores, right? No, I had 28. Cores. Here's what we want. This one, 28 core. Is that a Xeon Platinum? It's a Xeon W. I don't actually know the difference. I want 2 NVIDIAs. Actually, Dell probably will end up charging me more, right? Because Dell will do these triple and quad setups. And memory-wise, oh, Dell will sell me 2 terabytes. Okay, I was wrong. Dell wins. 2 terabytes of memory costs more than that entire Mac Pro. But okay, so I've already have a $100,000 computer. So okay, you're right. Dell wins because Dell will let me have 2 terabytes of memory. Apple will only let me have 1 terabyte, but my $51,000 computer just became a $100,000 computer. Let's just say I only had. So that's 12 128s. What do I have here? 12 128s. So that's, we can slum it, I guess. It's still $80,000. Where did I go wrong? I might have gotten too much. Anyway, whatever. You get the point. Like, I feel like if you really try to go through and match spec for spec the high-end workstations, they're in the realm. Apple just doesn't really have the like low and low mid. They just don't sell products in that tier. Really? The closest thing is a Mac Mini, I guess, which is a pretty amazing machine with the M1. Like, you get a Mac Mini and get an eGPU enclosure and stick whatever GPU you want in it for $1,200-ish, probably 13. Well, okay, that's not true right now because GPUs are insane. So $1,400, 15 maybe, depending on what GPU you need. I don't actually even know if I were a Dell laptop, I don't know what their highest end laptop is anymore. I guess precision. What's the most I can spend on a precision Dell laptop? How much memory can I cram in it? I think I can probably spend $5,000 on an M1 Mac Pro. I mean, I don't know. Anyway, I generally like Dell computers. I just don't. I have admittedly not put hands on a Dell Precision laptop, so maybe they feel good. It's just I have never put hands on a PC laptop that felt good for a very long time. With his data science workstation. Well, yes. Obviously. 128 gig of memory is pretty good for a laptop. That's pretty good. That's one of the problems with the M1s is they kind of max out early, but they are still only the 13-inch. So it's kind of, the rumor is later this year they will have a 16-inch M1. Like, that's one of the disappointing things with this, in addition to the stupid touch bar, which is the stupidest worst thing, is that these laptops kind of max out early in terms of memory and storage. Like, they only go up to 16 gig and only 2 terabytes. Which, this is fine. Like, I don't need insane amounts of SSD in a laptop, but this is a little disappointing. So hopefully they'll announce the M2s this year and they will not be as capped. You know, it might depend on when you look. Like I will say, like I feel like the last 5 years for Apple have not been good. I think their computers were not great, but I think that was mostly due to design things. So, I mean, yeah, it would not surprise me if in the last few years it was easy to like see a big discrepancy, especially around 2016, 2017 when those laptops were the worst. Really, 2017 was probably like the worst because my MacBook Pro was too much money for sure for what I got, and it was even like a generation out of date, CPU wise. But I think that's playing field feels a little more level to me, but I don't know. I don't know. But yes, I mean, I get it. It is hard to do the work that we do at the moment on Mac OS all the time. How much money could I spend on a 16-inch Mac Pro? Still only 64. Those Dell Precisions max out at 128. Can get a Radeon. Get 8 gig of SSD. That's pretty good. Kind of surprising, actually. Like, the most you can spend on a 16-inch MacBook Pro is $7,000. Which, that's pretty good. That's disappointing, actually. Aren't 11th gen? I mean, this, you know, you look at this and yeah. Not that the 11th gens are dramatically better, but it is a little surprising. But I guess it's not. If Apple is switching to their own processors, they probably don't actually care that much. But buying this today would feel a little lame, right? I'll take my $7,000 elsewhere. Thank you. I'll take it to Dell and buy this. We didn't even get 8 terabytes of storage yet, did we? A 2 terabyte M2 drive, and then an additional 2 terabytes, and an additional 2 terabytes. How many hard drives are we putting in this laptop? Actually, the storage seems much more expensive here. You can even RAID your hard drive. That seems kind of nuts. I don't know. Anyway, I certainly get the point of wanting the right tool for the job. Broadly, for me, Apple hardware has served that purpose. There's definitely places in which it hasn't, like when you need, when you want a GPU in your computer. Although the eGPU stuff has definitely changed that scene so much. Although you just can't use NVIDIA, Nvidia cards, I think. Which, you know, AMD cards are pretty good now, except, you know, NVIDIA is on like its second generation of ray tracing, and AMD's on its first, so kind of behind there. These are cool, actually. I kind of like these. These pucks just are the GPU already. They're not cheap, but if you just, they're not cheap. But if you just want to suddenly have a RX 5700, you can do that. Which in some ways, in some theoretical world, this is like actually the thing that I want. In some theoretical world where I can sit my laptop down and plug it in and suddenly have a monster GPU, that is in some ways my dream, so that I would not need to have a desktop computer. And I could have one computer that I could, you know, go out in the world and do whatever I need to, but then I could sit down and then suddenly I have a burly machine, but that's a steep cost. Potentially. I mean, I guess maybe it's not that steep if you think that your MacBook Air is only going to cost, probably a maxed out MacBook Air is less than $2,000, I would guess. Maybe not if you stick in, if you can go up to like 8 TB, it's probably not. Let's see. It's probably less than 3,000. So it's just over $2,000 to max this guy out. 16 gig is a little bit disappointing, but not total deal breaker. But that means for $2,000, you could have a quite nice little laptop. You have a good operating system, a generally good operating system compared to other operating systems, not like compared to the platonic ideal of an operating system. And then you sit down at a desk and you plug it into this thing and you have a real GPU. It's not bad. Especially, oh, well, I was about to say, before M1s, you could just boot into Windows and it would be a better Windows laptop than most anybody else's Windows laptop. But that's not true with the M1s. I wonder what's going to happen with that. Because Apple, I mean, Microsoft does have an ARM version of Windows 10, right? Yeah, Windows was started really bad and then it got worse and then it got a little better and then it got worse. I mean, Windows 10 is good compared to like Vista, right? So I do like WSL. I think WSL 2 is maybe the coolest thing Microsoft has ever done. Yeah, that is like Microsoft's handling of like, hey, while you were sleeping, we patched your computer with we don't even know what, and it's definitely going to break things. Is not cool. But if you could, somebody did this, right? Didn't somebody make this happen? Maybe only an emulation. Like, there's no boot camp now, right? There's no like, you can't just boot camp into Windows on an M1 chip. Somebody pulled this off. A virtualized Windows 10 on ARM runs faster on Apple's M1 hardware than on Microsoft's own ARM-based Surface. Yeah, I mean, that's not too surprising. Like, yeah, that's a little lame. I wonder what will happen with this. I'm pretty curious about that. Microsoft is such a like, we don't care. Just use our stuff. We don't care what. We don't care where you use it. We don't care. Company now, especially, I mean, it's certainly in the xCloud or in the Xbox world where it's just like, whatever, Game Pass, play it on whatever you want. Play it on your toaster. Just give us some money. I guess from that standpoint, it wouldn't surprise me if they did release a like publicly available ARM Windows 10 that could be played on the M1s and would almost certainly run better than on any Intel laptops, except for maybe like some obscenely high-end things. I wonder what would happen. I don't feel like the ARM version of Windows 10 has ever been super well supported anyway. I don't know. It's pretty funny that virtualized, it runs faster. I don't have a sense that the Surface hardware is super nice. I don't have a ton of experience with it, but I wonder. Anyway, like what I was just having a slight fantasy here, actually. Like, if I had this, would I not need a desktop computer anymore? The sad thing is, and this is Apple's fault for sure, is the lack of NVIDIA support. Maybe people have gotten that working. But I don't think it is. Well, you can use GeForce Now and stream content. In fact, does the M1 might not even support eGPUs right now? I didn't realize that. That's lame. I mean, you would think they would be working with AMD on that, though. Okay, is coming. I wonder. WDC is in a couple months and new things will happen and we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I'm curious about the next 5 years because I feel like from like 2015 to 2020, Apple was kind of largely on a downward trajectory, in my opinion, in terms of their like hardware and software. Even though they were making $1 trillion, but and weirdly, Microsoft for the first time ever was kind of like, in my opinion, was on an upward trajectory. So, but Apple really reset now. I don't know. I'm not buying anything until later in the year. It would be absurd to try to buy like a 3080 or anything in that realm right now anyway. I kind of would. Thunderbolt 4. Even Thunderbolt 3 is pretty absurdly fast. I don't think it's as fast, but I don't know that. Let's see. There was some kind of, I forget exactly what it was. I was helping someone shop. Funnily enough, it's a friend it's Corey Schmetz, who designed everything, who's very much a console gamer, decided he had to play Half-Life Alyx, but he only owns Macs. And so he bought an eGPU container and an eGPU, and I helped him like figure out how to set it up last year. And performance-wise, I think there was some overhead, but it was not substantial. It was like, if you use Thunderbolt 2, there was, but I feel like the Thunderbolt 3 wasn't that horrible. It wasn't great. I mean, it's unfortunate that there was any overhead, but I don't think it was in his case, it was not that bad. And then Thunderbolt 4 is on the way, right? And it's just ludicrous. But now we have PCIe 4, right? So PCIe 4 is even faster. This says same data transfer rate. I didn't think that was true. Maybe it's more bandwidth. Oh, maybe I misunderstood. I thought it was. I thought it was faster. Or maybe just like different requirements. I'm dead wrong. USB 4. USB 4, 40 gig per second instead of USB 3. I guess, okay, maybe I'm thinking of it compared to USB 3 instead of Thunderbolt 4 versus Thunderbolt 3. That must be what I was thinking of. But then like PCIe 3 versus 4. But the new, I don't know if they're out yet actually. Are the Intel desktop chips that support PCIe 4 out? Maybe they're out now. AMD was out first. I don't know. So PCIe 4 is 64 gig per second. PCIe 3 was only 32, which was less than Thunderbolt 3. Is that true? Am I telling the truth? I guess it just depends on where you're. If that particular bottleneck is your bottleneck, right? Versus like the computational power on the CPU side or the GPU side, which I could see, like, yeah, maybe if you're training tons of GPU accelerated deep learning models. But there's also the new crazy. I don't even know much about it, but the crazy stuff with like, I don't know if they do it yet, but there's the talk of like GPUs being able to access storage directly, like directly access storage instead of having to have things like loaded CPU side and put into memory and shared. Okay, so the theoretical max of PCIe 3 but that says it's, I thought, okay, so then it'd be 32, so it'd be double, so it'd be a much higher theoretical maximum. But I just don't know. I don't have an idea of what the what your graphics card is going to max out at. Like, I don't really have a sense of. Yeah, so maybe you're not going to eat that up playing 4K games, but maybe you are going to eat it up doing training models. I'm not sure. I don't know. Doesn't matter anyway. I'm not going to buy anything ever again. I don't know. Okay, I've gotten so distracted and so diverted from this. The short answer is it's all bad. All of the hardware is bad. All the operating systems are bad. You know what's good is a Teensy. I like a Teensy. That's good hardware. So what do we do with this? I don't quite know what my next step is. That's very purple. I don't like that. Gross. Yeah. Ugh. Nice and ice hearing. I mean, something modern about this. Just put a couple strokes or something. No, this looks like Windows, whatever that Windows interface is. Windows, what's that Windows mobile interface called? 10 years ago. where Microsoft was just like, just don't put any, don't enclose anything ever. It's not this. It was like before this, where it was, maybe it was after that, where it was just like, buttons, just don't put boxes around them. TI? Is that what it's called? I don't remember that. Was it tiles? No, it was this mobile interface. Ugh. I can't remember. I had to do a project that was a nightmare with it. But it was very much like just don't like kind of this. There's like nothing's enclosed. No buttons have a square around them. Like these icons kind of do, but there's no like rules to divide things or whatever. It was a very weird, or like look at these phone buttons where the phone buttons are not inside boxes. It was like I thought it had a name. Because there wasn't really tiles, because tiles were kind of all about being enclosed. This kind of style where it's like there's no, it's kind of bad design. I think it was interesting to look at just because it was kind of novel, but like design wise, there's just like, oh, let's do tables but not have any separators or any indications. Like it was grid based under the hood, you know, stuff was like kind of aligned to a grid, but generally stuff just wasn't maybe it was an era of tiles and the tiles were just kind of the home screen, but all of the stuff once you were into things was like you don't divide things, you don't alternate rows, you have lots of text hierarchy. Yeah, maybe garbage, you might call it that. It had an appeal to it, like visually. I don't think it was good functionally, but maybe it was. Maybe it was in this era of tiles, but once you actually were inside of an application with content, like it just didn't. I'm actually surprised to see that the calendar has a grid. The things you would normally expect to happen in terms of, you know, whatever, like, oh, there's rules between these, or they don't do it here, but sometimes like alternating rows or stuff like that. Like, it was very high contrast. I feel like it was maybe like a precursor to the world being obsessed with dark modes. But it was basically, it's interesting to think about it now because it was very much like a Metro. Is that what it was called? Metro. That I think is the name I was looking for. Metro UI. So yes, on Windows, it was very tile based. On desktop. And I guess the home screen was that. But once you were inside of it, it was very unbounded. But it's like, thinking back on it, it's kind of interesting. Like all of the hierarchy of this page is typographic. There's no, if you took this picture out and just ignored it as a rectangular element, it's like they're doing all of their hierarchy with typography, like bold, not bold, scale, some color, which is interesting. Like, I don't think this looks good. But you know, I don't even know. This may just be somebody experimenting, whatever. But there's kind of something to it. Like you know, it's almost a little surprising to see that there were boxes around the buttons. Anyway, that's what this just reminded me of. Is like, what if you just don't enclose anything? You just put stuff out there, which is kind of interesting, sort of. Does that still have a drop shadow? It seems like that didn't work very well. Somebody have a drop shadow. It's you. Kind of a very cool very cool drop shadow. Which I'm kind of like a little bit into, actually. If it was just like that was a weird floaty guy, I'm slightly into that. It's a little annoying because we'd have to have, yeah, like I said before, we just have one more layer of hierarchy. Let's try it. Why don't you go where I want you? Content and container. This is good naming. Yeah, I think that tends to be, I think that's pretty true. Like, I put an iPad in the hands of before she passed away, my 95-plus-year-old grandmother, and she could do well with it. In fact, it used to be better because I think the physical button actually was good for her with that. But that was always the thing about Apple. You know, Apple always had that kind of reputation. But I cannot stress enough how big a deal it was when iOS 10 came out. I think we're around the 20-year anniversary of that. Like the idea it was mind blowing to me because it was like I knew Windows was terrible, but the software you wanted to use was on Windows, and I knew that Linux was stable unlike Windows, and you could do the things you wanted to do unlike Windows, but it was a nightmare to use because just the desktop experience was so bad and continues to be so bad 20 years later, 23 years later. But then macOS was like, not only can you run the software that you need, but you also, there's Unix, it's right there. And you open a terminal and do whatever you want. Like that continues to amaze me. Like it's in the last 20 years, you know, it's funny because even then in like 1997, there was always like, oh, this is it. Red Hat Linux. This is the year of Linux on the desktop. We're still not there 20 years later. And when you look at what Linux on the desktop is 20 years later, it's either, well, we just stole, you know, we just looked at what Apple was doing, or we looked at what Microsoft was doing and we just stole it. Or we still do this and we have the next style dock, you know, which is what macOS came from Next, which I guess is still the Apple style dock. It's just on the side over here. And this like Launchpad, you know, like there hasn't been an original idea in Linux desktop UI UX work ever. There never has. Actually, that's not true. There was a window manager that was cool. Okay, I need to. That's not true. I'm exaggerating because there was lots of things that are good that came from like X11 25 years ago, like virtual desktops and things like that. But as far as, so there's things that are good that came from that world, certainly. It hasn't been a totally one-way thing. But as far as like for the last 20 years, new things or like evolutions of that, I really can't think of many things that have come the other way. Virtual desktops were for sure a thing. That's true. And even like the idea of like an X11 server running somewhere else, that was all cool. But there was a window manager called Enlightenment that was ridiculous. I can't believe there's not good Enlightenment screenshots. So the whole point of it was that you had just total control how to style anything in the window manager. Almost like mods for a game now, sort of, but it was your operating system. Unfortunately, it looks like they only have these screenshots look somewhat tasteful, which I feel like is not properly representative of yeah, these are all a little disappointing because they're so subdued. Because what I remember for Enlightenment was like, do you want your windows to look like they're made of solid, shiny, like this? Is this a good one? Yes. Do you want your UI elements to look like they're made of solid gold? Then you've come to the right place and you can do this. And you can have like your windows made of marble and gold if you want to. and have it as gaudy and ridiculous as you would like, or whatever. Do you want them to be made of alien slime? Do you want them to be made of rusted metal? Like your window environment, and it like barely ran, especially in that era of like not a lot of hardware acceleration. It was not a super robust thing. I'm pretty disappointed with these screenshots that we're not finding more things that are made of slime and metal. People actually did get into this era in Windows for a while, I guess. People still do that, actually. That was a thing for a while, right? Like DeviantArt. I don't even know what software people use anymore. I mean, that was such a thing for a while, which admittedly, I think is pretty cool. This makes sure Windows 10 looks like Ubuntu. I just never found those very useful. Or like all the people that go nuts with Rainmeter and things like that always looked really cool, but it was always such a hassle to set up. And the sense was always like, oh, somebody just spent, 3 months making Windows look this way. Not, they spent all their time making Windows look a certain way rather than actually using it. But it looks pretty cool. So people are still into that. So I guess in my mind, Enlightenment is like an early version of that. But now it's just ugh. It's really disappointing. You have sick Tron desktop. You're right. I should be very careful searching on DeviantArt. For whatever reason, that's where I would always see those. I don't remember what the like some are like admittedly pretty cool. And in fact, I feel like I don't see that very much on the Linux side anymore. Seemingly that weird like obsession with hyper customizing. You used to be able to do that for Mac OS a little, probably even more so in the classic era, I guess. Like I used to run some stuff that would style things a little bit. But some of the Windows ones are pretty wild. Like this kind of thing is ridiculous. I would not say you should use this. I very much like that you can. Window blinds, that's one of the ones. There was something like that for macOS 2, I think. But this to me is what Enlightenment was like. So I guess this is what Enlightenment became, and now it's all on the Windows side. If you want a absurd steampunk desktop. The main problem with these I found was, even though they're kind of charming and kind of cool, is like as soon as you need to use an application that doesn't conform to the way those things look, your beautiful desktop is ruined. Like the screenshots are usually like, oh yeah, we only open the things that will look good here. I don't know. It's all bad. It's disappointing that in particular that the Linux desktop doesn't have a personality of its own for the most part. I think that looks not right at all. That's true. It's also well, it's funny. And now even if you do use the desktop, you're probably running an Electron app that's browser based anyway. Yeah, it's bad. It's all sad. It's all a sad story. I don't understand what just happened to me. All of you should do that, but this container should have spacing. And then can we do a drop shadow on you? Or does that need to go on the content? I mean, Linus has never been, he's never operated in that realm, right? Like, is that true? It's pretty much true, right? He wrote Linux, he wrote Git, but Linux just, supported X11, and so that stuff existed other places, and it kind of came over. Just the idea of Linux as a desktop operating system, I've never really felt like it was. I don't know. I haven't really paid attention to Linux development for very closely for 20 years, so I could be totally wrong. But never really felt that important. I was into it for a long time. I used to as a hobby-ish kind of thing, work on some old X11 window managers. Blackbox and OpenBox. I had the giant set of these books, these ridiculous books. I wonder what happened to them. Probably gave them away. There was some very specific series. I didn't find them. They were huge. There were like 6 volumes. It was these. Whatever it was. Yeah, the definitive guides, but it was like 6 volumes. Linux is good. Like if you said to me, I need an operating system that I never have to look at, I would say Linux for sure. Linux runs the whole internet. If you ever have to look at it, like with your own 2 eyes, I would say you want Mac OS, probably, or iPad OS. Don't even use a computer. These were good books. I felt cool. Felt cool with those books. Okay, I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Kind of lost the thread. I was just trying to decide if we wanted. Like, I kind of like the idea of a weird drop shadow here that emulates that, but looks good instead of bad. Would be my suggestion. Why does that look so bad? Why does that look so bad? Is it because of this? Interesting. So that opacity... That's pretty weird. Is that not the exact same color? I mean, he's slightly retired from even some of that stuff, right? I mean, I'm sure he's... last I've read anything about him, his job sounded like it was basically send email all day. But that's been some years. I do like Linux. I wish any desktop experience was good. I like OpenBox was okay. I'm sure some version of it still exists. It's just such a mess now because it's trying so desperately, like Ubuntu and all of those try so desperately to be Mac OS or Windows, and then like overlook things where you're just like, what? You didn't do it. You like overlooked a very critical aspect of this thing you're working on, and now it is not usable. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Is it you? I don't know why I'm so fixated on this idea of this drop shadow, but... Oh, you don't hear the music? Oh no, it's because I turned it down earlier. Thanks for letting me know. Like, I kind of like this drop shadow. Like, it's just, oh, each of these songs is their own little thing and they're living their own little land. But I broke that. Really broke that. That's because this rect mask needs to be here. I don't know why I have a little line up there now. Does rect mask not like dealing with the shadow? Why would adding this rect mask add a single line? Okay, I don't know. I think I didn't want to do that actually though. Yeah, weirdly we lose. So this alpha does affect the shadow, which I don't think I really get it. Like, I don't know, this 1 pixel seems dumb. Is it just a scale issue and it's not really there? We'll never know. It's there. Why is it there? It's not the shadow. It's when I put the rect mask 1 level lower hierarchy-wise. And I don't know. This is annoying. Like, this isn't even considering the stupid that other thing that's stupid. You know, the other thing. You know, the other stupid thing? What are we talking about? The safe zones for cameras. Yeah, that can't be black. That's got to be the color we want it to be. So, like, we need you. Can you just be that color? I feel like I'm not going to, I mean, I've already said this 7 times, but I'm just going to reiterate. I don't think we're going to really get what we want until this should be this color. That's the right answer. Until I just start building this on the phone. So when that phone comes tomorrow, like, I really want it to seem almost, these are like album, like, you know, CD album art or something. Like, when you're switching through this thing, you're very clearly changing modes to a totally different thing. Maybe the title switches right here. Maybe I need some context to tell you what things are doing, although that, I don't really want to. I think I have decided to leave the UI elements inside. I think that is a decision I have made. This double scaling of things actually seems to be not bad because of our vector situation. Possibly? No, it seems not great. Screen space camera, we have the camera. Oh wait, we decided, right, of course. We decided for unknown reasons that anti-aliasing does not work in this view except when it seems to. So we just do this. Doesn't matter. We could do this. Couldn't we? Yeah, to kind of cheat zooming in. Looks pretty sharp. That's cool. Oh, let's just do that. That looks good. I think that looks better.
I just want to go back.
You can have a look at weird. Whoa, yeah. So I've had this other idea for a while, and this is making me think about it. I have these like reoccurring nightmares about trying to, like, something bad happens or I'm in some problematic situation and I've got to use my phone to solve the problem. Like, whatever it is, like, oh, something's wrong with my flight, I can't get my tickets, whatever, I've got to like check something, check what the flight time is, check the tickets, or like, oh, I was supposed to take this test, did I actually send it, I gotta check on my phone, whatever it is, I've got to check my phone, and things are bad, like whatever, like I can't, because I'm sure other people have this, but like phones don't work in dreams very well. And so I've been thinking a lot about trying to make an experience that emulates that. Like a phone, like you're trying to use an interface, but the interface is sort of shifting and has a mind of its own, and it like changes when you don't look at it for a second, whatever. And that scaling, this weird like scaling kinds of things like that, might be an interesting way to do that. So how do we want to do this? Oh, there was more text there. How about that? I think we'd actually want to line you top. Maybe? Like our flexible situation on this kind of sucks.
I just want to go back.
That's a common one, actually. Like that is a way people lucid dream to figure out that they're dreaming, is to try to turn lights on and off. For me, clocks is a pretty big one too. Like clocks being weird. But phones, I don't know why. I was like fixate on phones in my dreams. Okay, let's try this. I have a new strategy. We're gonna call this spacer. This is just gonna be what it is. It's gonna be the height that it needs to be. Header is gonna be the height that it needs to be. So these have no, well, that's not good. Don't ignore it. That doesn't mean don't put it in the layout. Well, what I was going to say is try and just like having some flexible spacers. But now I'm confused as to why we, these could be 33% each, but how did we lose this? Oh, because this has to have some kind of height. Okay. And maybe we don't really want this here. And then we just have flexible space top and bottom, and then no matter what size phone you have, that sounds like not horrible. Does it work in? It doesn't work. I mean, it technically works, but doesn't. It's not great. But I kind of don't care about 4.3. Kinda. We may decide we care about it. So no matter what dumb phone you have with whatever dumb safe area or whatever, we don't care. Maybe we have 0.4, and then your 0.2, something like that. Oh, no, I don't think I've tried that. How do I do the new mobile preview tool? Is it a package? Will it show me stupid safe areas? How do I do it? It's package. Everything's packaged. Of course it is. Is it a package that's actually included in the package list, or is it not in the package list now, the way the vector graphics thing is not the package list? Do you know what it's called? Yeah, well, the thing is now some preview packages aren't even listed. Like, it's like they have 2 levels of preview now. Where some you have like listed and unlisted preview packages. Oh, device simulator? They have a device simulator? There it is, right there. Ah, it's got stupid Oh, that's actually great, because I was just wondering that if we did try to implement the safe area thing. That's very helpful. Because I was just thinking like, well, if we try to simulate the safe area thing, how are we going to know unless we have these dumb phones? Cool. Well, so some things were listed, and you may have added to them to a project while they were listed, and then sometime in the last few months, I think, they unlisted some. Cool. Unity. Okay, so does that mean I can do simulator? So that looks dumb. That's a lot of phones. Now wait a minute. Oh, that's funny. Is my safe? That's the safe area on a Pixel? Can you not preview the That's pretty cool, like triggering low memory events, things like that. That's kind of cool. That's cool. And you can turn off. Wow, that's actually really handy. Like testing whether or not internet access is available. That's cool. Where's Life is Yours phone? It's not in here. Look, we're a little out of date. Where's the S20? This is the safe area? So, okay, I'm actually a little confused then. So, like, iPhone 11. But didn't we... Okay, where's your G4? Very nice. So, okay, at a glance, things are working pretty well so far, unless we get to these 4.3 modes. But just, I kind of just want to be able to click through them all. But at a glance, not bad. Something that is confusing me, though, where's that Pixel 3? Okay, that's not as bad as I thought, I guess. Oh, you missed your square display. Oh, that's a problem here, Unity. You're showing square displays. That's not safe. Okay, but if I do my iPhone 11... But I'm confused. Because... this shows the notch. I want to see the notch. Are they just lying to me and pretending there's a notch and they just have like a image in there or something? So the thing that still sucks is wow, that's pretty cool. Thermal throttling. Why does their version seem like it has way more settings than mine? Why don't I have thermal throttling on mine? Got to be running? An iPad Mini 2? Another wrong device. That's the safe area seems bad. Doesn't seem quite right. Have you got the preview? So, one, how... Who controlled... Okay, wait a minute. So I'm confused here. How come when you rotate this, the bottom safe area changes? Is it because that's where the little Apple slidey uppy guy is? So I don't think I'm going to support rotating. I guess I could. It would be a little annoying though, right? Like you Unity UI is not very good at that. I guess I could change my do something silly, like change from a horizontal layout to a vertical layout. But I'm disappointed that I can't see the notch. I want to. Okay. Well, it's kind of weird looking, huh? And wrong. This is wrong, actually, because that's getting cropped. Is that happening elsewhere? Okay. You're not getting cropped. You're not getting cropped. You're not getting cropped. You are. That's a little annoying. I think I know why. Because we've got just lots of layers of scale happening, which is not ideal, really. You know, like we'd kind of want to avoid that. Unity seems to be handling it well, just in terms of applying the scale, you know, in some order that it isn't totally destructive. Like this stuff is looking not super offensive. Great, that looks great. Ship it. That's a good portrait mode. So this is weird though, because it's almost like Unity doesn't really give you, Unity Canvas I don't think really has easy ways to deal with this, right? Like to deal with rotation. I mean, you can obviously get the events and respond to them. I just mean is you can't make like responsive, or could you? You could probably figure out a way to do it, actually, now that I think about it. Maybe with a grid layout instead of a... yeah. It'd be kind of nice for this to support both. Because all I really care about is there's room for a square and there's room for some UI. That doesn't hold up for the iPad version, but like I could have more padding around. I just don't want to build a bunch of device-specific stuff. I also don't care that much. Turns out. Okay, so that scaling thing is an issue. Otherwise, you seem kind of functional. I don't mind this. I feel like this is at least a place to start. I do think that simulator is pretty handy. I do think that this header text probably wants to be this beautiful blue color, maybe. I mean, this color. Maybe this color, and then big. Get that Windows UI again. Okay, I'm gonna pause, I think, because I've done nothing but just ramble for the last 2 hours anyway. So to be clear what we've learned today, all computers are bad. All software is bad. Yeah, I think that's what we learned. I think that's it. I do like teensies. They're absurd. It's absurd what they do, and it's absurd how little they cost. It's like almost like you've got a phone CPU on a stick of gum for $25. And that's pretty awesome. There are those new little Raspberry Pi microcontrollers, but I'll probably never use one. Because I don't want to write in whatever it's called, MicroPython. Let's do raw C, C++, which I guess if it's C and C++, you could use Arduino. And it is an ARM chip, right? So it's more powerful. Actually, it's interesting because I think the Raspberry Pi Foundation designed this chip. But I don't know. I think I just, I don't know. We'll see. Because it's Raspberry Pi, it might be well supported with stuff like this. Like lots of cute little hardware. Little hardware guys. In a way that the Teensy is not. But man, Teensy, it's good. I like Raspberry Pi is okay also as well. They're okay. Again, as long as you don't have to look at them. Or if you're just looking at a terminal, then they're great. As soon as you want to show graphics, you're in trouble. 1, because they're bad at showing graphics, and 2, because you gotta look at Linux. I should go eat lunch, probably. I want one of these. Those are cute. This cute little guy. A little Pico screen. That was adorable. What if you... the problem is like... So this hardware, like this display, whatever library you need for this display, you have to write Python. It'd actually be kind of cool to try to port processing to this. There is a Python processing. Cool. I kind of want that. Why is there no link to this? More from the blog. cool. We should make something. Just out of curiosity. I don't really know when to look. Okay, anyway, for real, I'm done. I feel like, so we got all this stuff. Oh, really? What, did they use a microcontroller in it? I feel like a lot of people use, Arduino Nanos for custom keyboards. Somebody did use one of those Raspberry Pi Micros for it. I would use a Teensy. I've been meaning to make a keyboard. Actually, I got very close because I hate the keyboard on my laptop so much. I came very close to building a, like a keyboard cover for my laptop that had Cherry MX browns on it. But then I saw somebody else did it, and I didn't want to do it anymore. I should build a keyboard one day. Oh no, Ben, why did you have to say that? Now I have to do this. I have to do the worst thing. Oh man, why did you do this to me? You caused this. This is your fault. Look at that. Yeah, you either have to solder the keys or you have to solder little sockets. The sockets are kind of cool. Because you can get kits, like, I have one somewhere actually. I should just make a keyboard. Like you get the PCB, like that part is not the daunting part to me, I guess, because you just buy the board and you buy the parts and you spend some hours soldering, and it's usually not the worst. Keyboard fans, that's what I'm thinking of. Like they'll sell you whatever you need. It's relatively inexpensive. You can make fancy little keyboards. The thing where it like really gets rabbit holey for me is like designing custom keycaps and designing custom cases. And I just have not gone down that rabbit hole because I'm afraid I will never return. Like, but you can for sure buy PCBs for like any variation of keyboard you want to try, like whatever insane size and format. So I don't know what this may just come with some kind of controller chip on it, I guess. Although this, I don't know. I mean, this looks like it's already all set up for USB-C. So you maybe don't need a controller of any kind. You just do. This guy just does all the work. Oh man. This is yours? Wait, this one? Or bottom, middle? Wow. That's pretty awesome. Oh man, I can't click it and look closer? Killing me. This. Cool. That's pretty cool. These are lovely. These look great. I have been, you know, like, I've been like finding myself really nostalgic for old beige electronics. I don't want things this clunky, but I have such nostalgia for like, I don't know, like the palette of these. That one's not even the best example, but they'd frequently have just like, yeah, like this kind of thing, shades of of beige. So I kind of want something like this, but in a really like tiny modern form factor. Probably not smaller than 10 keyless. So probably something in this realm. But I just haven't done it because then I'm like, okay, then I'm gonna design the keycaps myself, and maybe I'll dye the keys myself. Who knows? Whatever. Oh, look at that one. Cool. That's got a little shiny knob on it. What are these keyboards with these cool knobs? Yeah, that one's pretty good. Ooh, yeah. I also have an extreme obsession for like antiquated workspaces. I mean, I think that's pretty nice. Nice dot. That's nice work. Nice work on the wrist rest. Good job. I made my fancy wrist rest to go with my. It like matches the slope of my Cooler Master keyboard. What are your knobs? What do the knobs do? Pump up the jam? All time, most viewed. That's a beautiful USB cable. I think this is lying to me. I don't feel like those are the most viewed of all time. I just don't. Cool. Oh, I see. Programmable knobs. Look at... Why? You get like a block of aluminum and go mill it. I don't understand why Imager is acting like there's not a million pictures here on there. Clearly are. I like a little bit yellow. Very tasteful. Just a little too compact though. Like I don't want to be quite that squishy. I feel like TKL is about right for me. Like, where's my tilde? Obviously, I need a tilde. Cool. That's cool. That's a cool keyboard. Man. Why did you do this to me? I thought it was wooden for a second. That wooden? It is. That's beautiful. Now you gotta get access to a CNC router. Ben. Look at that. Sick. Until you're, you put your disgusting hands on it for too long, but before that, very nice. Okay, I'm seriously done. This is ridiculous. I haven't really done anything for like 2 hours. I can type faster on a mechanical keyboard. Demonstrably faster on a mechanical keyboard. I've tested it. Now, granted, I was testing it against the worst keyboard of all time, my 2016 MacBook Pro keyboard, where I immediately lose like 20 words per minute. But like a springy, I don't like super clicky. I have brown switches, but I type faster on a springy mechanical keyboard than on any kind of membrane keyboard. Also, These are beautiful. These are just beautiful objects. That's a beautiful object. Sick. Physical buttons are good. Touchscreens were a bad idea. Touchscreens were a mistake. I need a new keyboard now. I need a new keyboard and a new mouse, Ben. This is your fault. Where do I get a yeah, I'm noticing there's not a lot of mice in these pictures. Are people having trouble coordinating their keyboards and their mice? Or these people don't even need mice. You don't have a desk. There actually was a window manager. What was it called? Like rat window manager? No mouse? There's some weird rat poison. It's a free minimalist window manager. Yeah, okay. It was kind of cool, actually. So it was a windowed, it's a windowed environment, but it was specifically designed to be navigated without a mouse. I wonder what the change. I mean, I remember this from 20 years ago. I feel like maybe it was a different one. Cool keyboard gallery. My posture is good until I have to like work somewhere on my laptop. And then all bets are off. Okay, so is that the deal here? All these people that are cool. What? What? Who are these people? What are they doing? I don't know. Ben's in his 20s. He's got those wrist support, those wrist guards. You probably could. Should I just not use a mouse anymore? I feel like a mouse just hold me back at this point. I wonder if does Visual Studio Code have that? What's that thing called? You know, like the Vim thing, where you have to go in and out of edit mode. I'm not impressed with these keyboard photos at all. I think it's time to switch to rat poison. Cool screenshot because it doesn't have any UI. You get some robot wrists. What is that called? I don't remember what it's called. You know, it's the thing where you like that thing, the thing where you switch to edit mode and not edit mode. What is the other thing called? I can't remember. I don't remember. There's like a very easy word for it. No. It's like you can do it in Emacs, but it like. by default, the keyboard is not, when you open Vim, you are not typing. You are using your keyboard to navigate and control the editor, and then you change into edit mode. You have to like consciously go in and out of editing. Casey uses that in 4Coder on Casey Muratori. Is that his last name? Shouldn't call him Casey because I don't know him, but I kind of forgot his last name. Anyway, the Handmade Hero fellow, I think, switched to that like halfway through Handmade Hero. Okay, it's just command mode and insert mode. Whether there was a term for supporting that. Mr. Muratori. Wait, check which link. This link? Am I going to be upset for opening this on stream? Oh, great. I use Vim was my primary editor for a really long time. It's still, you know, anytime I'm like SSH into a server or whatever, that's what I use. So I wonder if there's like a VS Code way to do that. I just don't remember what the term is. An intro to Vim for people with Visual Studio now. Like what's, I forgot the term. So insert mode or command mode. Surely somebody's done that, right? No? Guess not. Switch back to them. VS Code Vim. Is that a thing? VS Code Vim is a Vim emulator for Visual Studio Code. I'll take over your control keys. Well, I don't use software that doesn't show screenshots. Obviously. Even if the screenshot is just a text editor. So does it do the thing that you think it does? Like, you really have to switch into insert and edit mode? Actually, Ben. I mean, so, you know, I did that for years, like switch in and out. Ben, that may actually help your wrists because then you don't move your, yeah, I think that's kind of the standard for VI based editors. But the idea being that you will have less repetitive stress if you don't have to move your hand and reach for your mouse, and you don't have to like reach for control keys for shortcuts and stuff, where you just go in and out of edit mode, and you're basically always just on your home row typing, no like weird keyboard shortcuts. That is the reason Casey switched, and some people swear by that, I think. Vim can even fix my body. I actually, you know, the thing that made me okay with switching was Sublime Text. And it was stuff like this that I could do, you know, like this kind of thing, where you can just highlight whole rows of things and have like multiple selections. That was something that I loved in Vim that like never made me feel comfortable in any other editor. But as soon as I could do that, and again, I think Sublime Text was kind of the first place editors that let me do that kind of stuff. Now it's fine. I definitely am slower, and you can even see me, like if you watch me program, I'm very clumsy at times with like reaching for the mouse and like getting the place I need to be. And I still feel like I'm faster at stuff like that with Vim, just like navigating a document. But now, since I've semi rarely used it for the last 10 years, I'm sure I'm rusty on that. So I'm just bad in both cases. But okay, I'm just gonna install that real fast. Let's just see what I remember. See how bad I am. Vim. So NeoVim, is that what I'm supposed to use? I don't know. This one has 2.4 million. I mean, you kind of need like, I feel like if you play video games, you should like VI. So is this instantly going to make me be? Am I instantly going to be? Oh yeah. So, actually the one thing that would make it better, maybe, I wonder if people ever do this. So navigating, you navigate like just with your, H, J, K, and L. I feel like if it was WASD, people would be better at it. Maybe you can make it WASD. Anyway, so like you can navigate your document and get anywhere you want to go for the most part with just your fingers on the home row. You don't have to reach for like page end or line end or any of those things. You can go to the end of the word. Like you still use shift, but shift I feel like is not that big of a deal. And then you go I to go into insert mode, or A to like append, whatever. You can also just undo immediately. The thing I feel like is not great though is the, oh, I have caps lock on. Oops. I feel like I had, what is the shortcut? Maybe it's different. Maybe I just had a custom shortcut for indents. I don't remember the indent shortcut. The thing that you do all the time, though, is hit escape. Like, is that the only way to... I feel like escape is the de facto way to do this. Okay, you can do control bracket. But another thing you can just do, which I've done on my laptop for different reasons, is just map... yeah, so control bracket does the same thing. Map your caps lock key to escape, and then it's just right there. I don't know. I could get used to that again. Maybe. I was never the absolute best Vim person, though. Like, I used it for a long time, but I wouldn't say I'm amazing at it. But like, as far as like highlighting and moving, I was never very good at like dealing with multiple cut buffers and stuff like that. I must add some custom shortcuts because there's stuff that's just not working the way I remember it. Yeah, I'd want to map my caps lock key probably. I don't know. Maybe give it a shot. I don't know how I lost I must have accidentally saved in there somewhere. Is it equals? Maybe equals is indent. Shift equals is indent. Okay. I mean, yeah, it's funny. I actually kind of don't. It does feel a little weird to move like this because they're in a row. It's not in sort of the WASD configuration. So I actually find up and down is totally easy and totally makes sense. H and K for left and right is a little awkward, but not horrible. And it doesn't matter that much because most of the time you're just hitting B and E anyway, if you need to get to somewhere specific. But I don't know. It'd be good if there was a way to just quickly toggle it. Like, is there a good... Just quickly decide you want to use it or not use it? Disable extension. Toggle them. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I should switch back to it. Because it is always so... it's just faster. Like, it's... Again, I feel like I'm in the worst of both worlds right now, but it still screws me up to have to reach for my mouse and, like, click around and do mouse stuff. But the multi-line select mostly fixed that for me. So, like, I don't know. Like, multiple selections mostly does what I used to care about with Vim. I'm just not sure. Oh, that was weird. Autocomplete. I don't know. Oh, that's cool, though. Wait, no, it doesn't. Huh, that's funny. Okay, so a lot of other things you do with VI are like you hit colon and then you type a command, and then you can do whatever. Like you can type commands to do stuff, but Command W, maybe I did subconsciously type that, and that's how I saved the file. So does that actually work? Like if I do some stuff here, it does. And colon Q does close the file. That's pretty cool. So it seems like they did a pretty good job. But I'm not, I don't know. I'm really rusty. So probably hold up on that. No, you're not loving tab 9? I don't see C# up here. Maybe that doesn't matter. I don't know, because I feel like generally autocomplete annoys me more than it doesn't. But maybe AI autocomplete would be better. I have seriously not done... I've just been chatting for 2 hours on this. We're doing great. The two of you together are like masterful at distracting. I don't know. Intella is right in the word. I mean, I'm sure there's some kind of training that IntelliSense does. Okay. We'll wait. We'll get that phone tomorrow. I'm a little annoyed with... What did we decide? Two of these don't work with our little scaling strategy. That guy actually does. So it's these two guys because we have to turn off the grid. Well, you know what's annoying is I think that would have not been broken if I hadn't gotten rid of that the grid thing that I got rid of. This is because we turned off the horizontal whatever, so that's fine. This one's a little more annoying for sure. And is a little confusing, honestly. But okay, anyway. That's good. It's all good. We're done. We're done. We're done. Done forever. Well, that's kind of cool, but also like a little scary. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. Thanks for hanging out. We will pick this up tomorrow. Maybe I'll have that phone and we'll do some testing and whatever. Maybe it'll be a terrible phone. Maybe it'll be great. Maybe it'll be so good that it'll make me want to switch to Google Pixel.